infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, GameBird. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Brian. Oh baby.
I'm ThunderStash.
I'm GameBird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to Nintenbyte Podcast Season 3, Episode 19. I know I'm not Nate, but he should be here hopefully soonish. He's dealing with some family issues right now. So figured I'd step in and take over the introduction, and let's just, I guess, keep rolling right with it and introduce our guests, starting with SkySwordsAlisa.
Hi, everybody. I fudged my intro last week, so I want to make up for it this week. In between when I was on in July and last week, something happened, and Stash shared it, and I feel so honored he shared it. But
Nice.
because it's Zelda,
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Nice.
because it's Zelda. But yeah, so I'm happy to be back on again. Happy it's Zelda Day. I'm all decked out.
Right. Perfect.
Hell
Then
yeah.
we'll jump over to GameBird Classic.
What's up? Happy to be here. It's another beautiful Wednesday evening, ready to talk Nintendo. Eric, can I get a hawk screech? You got the soundboard going? So
I might look.
This is embarrassing. Well, wait.
That was a dying dinosaur, but you
That
know,
was that was beautiful. That sounded like one of the more rare breeds, if my memory is correct. So yeah, hell yeah, happy to be here. Stoked to talk Nintendo with you guys.
right. And then we have Action Jack.
Thank you guys for having me on. It's been a while, it seems. But definitely, I always want to tell you guys, you have one of the best intros. Like, it's always just hilarious watching that intro. But you can tell a lot of great production and hilarity went into that. So I'm just glad to be back, man.
Yeah, never gets old. Always laughing every time I see it. And then we have ThunderStash.
Yes, hi everyone. Hope everyone's doing good. Busy. I say that every week. But you know what? It's been really crazy busy since coming back from PAX, even the week leading up to PAX, crazy busy. And we knew this was coming, right? I've talked about it a ton, all these games coming out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here we are in the midst of it. And I'm just doing my best to keep up with all the action because it's crazy right now, but it's fun. So yeah, busy, man, but excited to talk games today.
Oh yeah.
Right. And then that leaves me. I am Eric Mohr. I am also known as the Spice Lord and Sock Puppet. As I said, Nintendo Prime should hopefully be on at some point in time. But yeah, let's just jump into our oh good God, topic roulette. There we go. That's the words I'm looking for. Stash, you want to go ahead?
Yes. Let's see here. I will take the Ocarina of Time remake.
There we go.
Topic 1.
There we go. GameBird.
Let's do some Age of Imprisonment. Or actually, wait, let me see. Yeah, let's do Age of Imprisonment.
Perfect. Okay. And then I will take the Tokyo Game Show talk and predictions. And then that leaves Nate with random news updates that we'll get to at that point.
His favorite.
Yeah, right. Oh, Nate with always gets stuck with the news. What? Never. Perfect. Stash, you want to go ahead and lead it off? What are we talking about?
Yeah. All right. So, Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. This is my favorite 3D Zelda. We've been over this a lot on this podcast.
But not enough. But never enough.
It's never enough. You know what's funny? When I'll say this too. I'll lead in with this. So when I saw the topic, right, and I thought, okay, what's my response going to be? And I looked back to the very first time I was a guest, back when it was the Nintendo Prime podcast. And I went to that podcast and a few of the other ones after. This is in February 2024. And I firmly predict that we were going to get a Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time remake. And I explained why. And I actually have a full clip of it that I haven't edited yet, but I was going to send it to Nate. And I know Nate's not here to defend himself, but this is indefensible. He straight up said, there's no way in hell that's going to happen. We're never going to get a remake. Dude, I was like, when I was rewatching it, I'm like, that's right. He did say that. Like, he was totally against it and thought like I was smoking crack. And I'm like, no, dude, this is. I brought up the Lego Deku tree.
Can't defend himself.
And we are today, right? I'm talking about the Deku tree. And I remember, I think Andres was on the podcast as well. Like, yeah, but there's a Deku tree in Breath of the Wild. I'm like, yeah, no, I know. You can build either of them, right, in that Lego set. But the most prominent Deku tree is from Ocarina of Time, right? It's literally, it's almost in the extended tutorial of the game. It's very, very iconic. And it's important. There's a reason why they did that. I've always believed that. Now, here we are, though. So leading into it, right? We have a new rumored Lego set dropping next year in March. Next year. We all know what that is. It's the Legend of Zelda's 40th anniversary. Supposedly, it's a Ganondorf diorama set from Ocarina of Time. And again, this ties into prior interviews and rumors that Ocarina of Time remake is coming. So, I guess we can start with, what do you guys think about this? Do you think this does tie in to an Ocarina of Time remake? Alyssa, what do you think?
I feel like it most likely could. It seems, I mean, I know like Ocarina of Time is one of their more popular ones, and with all of the hints of Aonuma in the interviews pointing towards a remake happening, it seems likely that they might start marketing for that, especially with them already having like the Deku Tree one with the more recent Zelda game and then a callback. But they also do release merch stuff at random too, but it does seem kind of like, well, there's so many games they could just keep picking Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom ones. So why Ocarina of Time specifically?
Okay. And, I will say to that point, one of the things that I had mentioned back on that podcast, 18 months ago, is that this is the highest reviewed game of all time.
Okay.
Why would we not? Why would we not bring it back?
Yeah.
You got
True.
a Zelda movie coming out. And I also talked about the idea that, hey, if there was one game within the Legend of Zelda IP, right, that we could maybe use as a movie script, or at least base a movie script off of it a little bit. I think there's stuff that you can pull from this game too that would tie in nicely with the movie. And then you look at what they're doing with Mario.
Yeah.
With Mario Galaxy, right? We're getting a Mario Galaxy movie. Last year, what did we think? It was going to be, or earlier this year, a Super Mario World movie.
Super Mario World, yeah.
Yeah.
And then
But we did get the music in the teaser trailer was a rearrangement of the Super Mario World music, which was sick.
Right. So it's like, what is going on? But that certainly shows it's possible that Nintendo can look at one of their older games and say, you know what, we're going to make a movie based on that game and re-release those games. This is very interesting. Action Jack, what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, looking at the anniversary, I think we always try to find what could Nintendo possibly do. And of course, no one truly ever guessed what Nintendo does. They're just unpredictable at this point. But to your point, in regards to Ocarina of Time being remade, it is the highest rated Zelda game. It is beloved. I mean, there's only a handful of people I've talked to that prefer Majora's Mask over Ocarina of Time. But of course, being Ocarina of Time being that first one out the gate on the 64 before Majora Mask showed up. But I'm more curious as into like how far they take it. Like, is it just like new engine or Breath of the Wild engine and just take it to a whole nother level, or do you genuinely just create something different with this game? That's where I'm at with it. Do we go the chibi style similar to Echoes of Wisdom? So I'm curious as into how they would do the remake. I'm not opposed to the remake, seeing as 64, while it's there on the NSO, I know a lot of people have a hard time going back to retro games and actually playing those games within the lovely 15 to 20 frames per second that those games showcase. But I would be all for it. I definitely would like to see what they do with it, if they want to add any little bits and pieces to make it slightly different for the anniversary, or even just give us a package deal. Do both Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask and call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at what Final Fantasy Tactics just did, right? The original game is in there as well with the upscale graphics, and then you have, of course, the new game. You know, one thing I've said a lot too, and again said it back then, was I want to see Ocarina of Time get the Final Fantasy VII remake treatment.
Right.
I think that's how you do it. Yes, it would be expensive. Sure, it's timely, but again, as it stands, like, this is still the highest reviewed video game of all time. You know, like, it's a 99 overall. If you're ever going to do it for a game, this is the game to spend money on, right? Like, if there's any game you're going to remake, this one would have the best odds of being successful, because it currently is still the highest rated game of all time, despite, you know, what has it's been, at least 27 years have went by since it came out in November of 98. Yeah. So I think that's something that I would like to see, like a fully orchestrated soundtrack. You know, like, I want to hear Hyrule Field. I want to hear the theme fully orchestrated. One of my favorite themes from that game.
Yeah, same here. Such a good track.
GameBird, what are you thinking?
Yeah, man. Listen, I've been a believer that the Ocarina of Time remake is happening for a long time, and I can't remember how long ago it was. It was at least want to say it was at least a couple years ago or a year and a half ago. I was on Andres Restart's channel, and he knows the quote that I said, because I know he brought it up once on the podcast. Something he credited me for that he hadn't thought about. But I made a point as to why on his show, why I think it makes so much sense. And then certain things started happening that correlated with what I had said. But the hard part with this one is the when. That's the hardest part, because I could see Nintendo totally wanting to line this announcement up with the 40th anniversary, but I could also see them doing something like announcing the game on the 41st or the 42nd. Just a very, Nintendo's, they're a little bit odd. Sometimes you're like, that would have been a really great announcement for the anniversary. I wonder why they did it January the following year. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So the when is the hardest one, but I do think it's coming. I don't think we're going to have to wait for the 50th. That's not the point I'm trying to make. I think it's coming sooner than later. And you guys have said it. This is the highest reviewed Zelda, period. One of the highest reviewed games of all time. But easily, you guys have called this a beloved title, but it is easily the most beloved Zelda title, period.
Mm-hmm.
When most people think about their love and their nostalgia for the series, you'll get people who mention the first game. You'll get people who mention A Link to the Past. But 9 times out of 10, you're going to hear people say Ocarina of Time. And there's a very good reason for that. It was a genre-defining game. We made the jump from 2D to 3D. And really, for console games, this set the bar for any sort of quote-unquote open-world adventure game. There was nothing as big and expansive on console that looked as beautiful. There was a mount system. You got a horse in the game with time travel mechanics, with the dark version of the world and the light version, all in 3D, with side quests and your main story arc and dungeons littered throughout the world. Areas, Metroidvania areas that you can't even access until you have a certain item and then go back as a child. This game really set the bar high, and nothing in that generation came close. This game's extremely important, and it is a game that is highly worth celebrating. I often think about, we've talked about Chrono Trigger on this channel, and I know how much a lot of us would love to see a game like that get remade. But Chrono Trigger is kind of a perfect game. If we never got a Chrono Trigger, I wouldn't be fazed by that. Whereas
I'm right there with you.
It's not that the game is perfect. The game's just wonderful and amazing and did so many incredible things when it came out. The game has issues. The game was made better on the 3DS with the touchscreen and the easy inventory swaps. But to think about what Nintendo could do, rebuilding this game, making it a little bit more dense, updating the combat system to feel a little bit more modern, and really updating the dialogue, filling out the story, because man, how do I put this into words? The game is already so fantastic. The blueprint's already there. The music is already some of the best music in all of gaming. Just rearrange it, orchestrate it, rearrange it. It will be one of the best video game soundtracks again, period. So,
GameBird, I think you add more lore to the game.
Yes,
right?
Lore. Yeah.
You don't take away anything. You just add more.
Add more. And you don't have to, I don't think they necessarily have to do what Final Fantasy VII, where it reimagines the story. I think the way you said it nails it. Add to the story, add depth and substance. There's already a good setup there, but it's not filled in. We want to get more emotional or intense monologues from Ganondorf, a little bit more motive and purpose as to why these events are happening. Maybe a little bit more of the politics of what's going on in Hyrule would be really cool. Build a little bit stronger on the relationship between Link and Navi, or Link and Zelda. So there's a lot of stuff that I would love to see, but I know we're going to talk a little bit about more in detail what we want from this game, and maybe some art style stuff. So I'll save that for a little bit. But yes, this is something that I believe is happening. It's a game that I feel deserves to be celebrated, and the when, like I said, is my big question, because I
Yeah.
so badly want to see this next year. I want the tease. I don't think any of us, maybe some of us, expect it to land next year. I'm hoping for at least the tease, just an acknowledgement of its existence.
Mhm.
But we'll have to wait and see. I don't think they save this for a 50th. Maybe 50th. That's Link's Awakening's time to shine, which would be wild. But,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to add
All right.
something to what you said, GameBird. And this is something
Yeah.
that we've talked about as well on the Winging It podcast when it comes down to Chrono Trigger. And I'm curious to hear everybody's opinion if they feel like it falls the same way with Ocarina of Time. Chrono Trigger has been rumored to come back for years now, it seems. And like you said, it's touted as this perfect RPG that still has not been just overthrown at this moment in time. Even though it's
today.
it hasn't aged at all. But there's this narrative that the reason why Square has not brought this game back is they run the risk of tarnishing the name if it's not as good as people have been holding it up. Do you think that same thing can happen when it comes down to Ocarina of Time?
Yeah, I mean, it's always a possibility. Here's the thing. I don't think I love the Final Fantasy VII remake so far, both remake and rebirth. Love them. I adore them. They made the conscious choice to, instead of remaking it, like the first game's called, to reimagine it and really tell a similar but different story. And I think that's where you tread a really fine line. I think if they can make something that really stays true, think almost like the Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta that we just got. But I feel Konami was in a very challenging spot with Delta, because with Delta, it's like they played it so like it's the same game built in a modern engine to a T.
Right.
And they're in a very hard position where it's like, obviously there was issues with Kojima and Konami. And so I feel like if they made changes and adjustments, you're going to have the Kojima base being like, they messed with Kojima's legacy. They should have never have done that. It's his game. This is disrespectful. And then you have the people that, what's the point of this? It's the exact same thing. Like, why did this need to happen? I think with Ocarina of Time, the story is a little bit different. I think this is one that the base has been crying for. And I imagine Nintendo would never take this game and do the Square approach where it's be like, oh, well, let's make this kind of like a, multiverse or like a different kind of timeline, or let's shake up, let's make some sweeping changes to what the game's about. I think it's like what Stash alluded to is I think it's like, let's take what's already great. Let's rebuild the same world, these same dungeons. Let's update the combat mechanics, make them better. Let's update the story, fill it out. And let's update the music and keep the tracks, rearrange them orchestrally, and you've nailed it.
Right.
I literally think just build on that near perfect foundation.
Okay.
But maybe I'm wrong. I feel like if they Mario Galaxy 2'd this game, where they just did like, it's a re-release of Ocarina of Time, 60 frames, 4K. I think that's where you get the people who are going to complain about the price.
Right.
What was the point? But I think giving a really tried and true but enhanced version of what we already know and love is the winning sauce.
Gotcha. Okay.
Eric, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I got some big thoughts, but that's not part of this part of the question here. Yeah,
I like Eric as a host. You're a person. You're coming out.
Yeah, right. No, this has been rumored for how long now? You'd figure that either there's something to it, or it's eventually going to be said enough that there will be something to it.
Yeah.
You say it long enough, eventually it'll probably come true.
Right.
And we also know Nintendo listens to the podcast, so we've said things and it has come true. I mean, bring back Snowboard Kids.
Yeah. Plant that seed.
Right. So it would not surprise me if they did something like this, because, as you said, ThunderStash, this is the highest rated game of all time. So it would make sense with a major anniversary of Zelda to do something with this game. It just, the puzzle pieces seemed like it fits, too perfectly. And that could be the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was thinking about it before we get into the art style and whatnot. It was just Googling because I remember reading about this, Nintendo Power and IGN back in the day. And I needed a quick little refresher about what was cut from the Ocarina of Time. And there was originally intended to have a full ice temple dungeon.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was thinking about the Triforce, right? That's what immediately got me thinking, how crazy would that be if they put the Triforce back in the game? Because that was such a sticking point back then. So is the Triforce in the game? Is there any way to access it through code? That was what people still today are trying to see if if it was ever in the game, basically. And at some point it was at Space World 97. Actually,
Okay.
I have that actual game. I have the actual demo of it.
Oh, wow.
You can access the Triforce. Yeah, it's quite interesting. So obviously that was part of the idea. But Ice Temple was cut and reduced to the smaller ice cavern. Let's see. There was supposed to be a Wind Temple.
Mm-hmm.
And then a Light Temple. The Light Temple appears in the debug ROM and was perhaps replaced by a similar dungeon in Twilight Princess, they say. In Ganondorf's castle, in an early version, the entire game involved navigating Ganondorf's castle to access the other dungeons.
Right.
Like a hub world, like Super Mario 64. Interesting.
Dude,
So you gotta wonder
so
if any of that stuff gets revisited, right? How cool would that be? So that could be a starting point, I guess, for them if they ever decide to do that. All right, so
I could see them doing that at least with the ice cavern. At the very least, I could see them adding some sort of a temple to the ice caverns section of that game.
Actually, it'd be
That's
kind of
cool,
cool if they once you got to Ganondorf's castle. I haven't played this. It's been a long time since I've watched Nate play this, so I could be speaking completely out of my rear end. But if you got, like GameBird said, and you said, completely replace the ice cavern with the actual full fleshed out ice temple. And then as you got to Ganondorf's castle, they did the other two would have been in the game temples, but you can access them through as kind of like what you would do, what they were thinking of in Ganondorf's castle. So that would be that'd be kind of interesting, because that'd be a way to work it in without having to majorly write, some sort of story, or you can just write a small story arc to why these ones are in the castle versus everything else.
Right.
be interesting. There was one other tidbit here too. So in the game's debug data and beta versions, it showed differing layouts for locations like Dodongo's Cavern, along with a separate bluish themed cut dungeon that might have been a remake of the first dungeon from the original Legend of Zelda, which I'm sure if you guys have played that, you know the first dungeon's that color blue it is. It's like, how cool would that been if somehow that was in the game and it was cut? It's just very interesting. I don't know if you guys followed this back then, and if you didn't, I don't blame you. It was pretty deep cut, but Yura Zelda, which after Zelda Ocarina of Time came out, there was, of course, the rumors of Yura Zelda. You are a Zelda, which was supposed to come out on the 64 DD.
Okay.
And what it essentially ended up turning into was Master Quest. But there was supposed to be a lot more to it. But of course, 64 DD died out pretty damn quick, unfortunately. And so I also got to wonder what they what they really had planned. Like, what was the true scope of this game? Because they don't let that stuff out.
Right.
They're not gonna tell us, because if they do, what's gonna happen? We're gonna ask for it for 30 years.
Yeah.
Like we're doing right now. I'm bringing up a rumor from 25 years ago. Literally, like this was a rumor in 1999. This was a long time ago. Yeah. I still remember like it was yesterday, because I'm like, I want this Euro Zelda. And then we ended up getting Majora's Mask. But I was like always wondering, are we gonna get both? Are we ever gonna get this? But it became pretty evident that 64DD wasn't going to make it over to the United States. Nah. All right. So with that said, let's kind of talk about the art style, because I think there are a lot of options on the table on where we can go. And I think we can pull from things we've seen over the years, other games. I'm not going to say any of them yet, because I want to hear you guys' thoughts. So Alyssa, please start us off. What kind of art style would you like to see here?
Definitely not Link's Awakening. Sorry.
So yeah, no on the chibi.
No.
I'm with you.
I liked it for Echoes of Wisdom, and it grew on me a little bit, but nah. If they want to do that for the top down, I'll settle. But
it's
like,
perfect
don't do
for
that
those.
to my three. Yeah.
Link's Awakening concept, its actual concept art is very similar, right?
Yeah.
To the game, similar to what we just saw with Dragon Quest VII. If you look at the original concept art, that's how the game looks that they just showed at the Direct. It's identical, and it's so badass, right?
It looks so good, DQ7. That art style, I love it.
Yeah, it's great. So like that fits great for that. Link's Awakening is great for that. I'm totally with you, Alyssa. No way, I do not want that for Ocarina of Time. But what would work?
I don't know, like necessarily like Breath of the Wild's engine. I think that's a little too. It's not like necessarily realistic, but it's a little more than Ocarina of Time is. I think Ocarina of Time should be a little bit cartoonier, but not too cartoony. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like not over the top with the realism, but not so like cartoony that it's close to the chibi, but not quite chibi.
Okay, so somewhere in between Breath of the Wild and that. Okay. All right. Action Jack, what do you think?
So I've always been a huge fan of cell shaded games. Like they always have this timeless look to them. Like if we look at some of GameCube games, even like 13, they still look great. But I'm
Wind Waker, baby.
Yeah, Wind Waker, exactly. But I'm also big on animes and just seeing like a hand-drawn style type game. And a part of me would like that here, but then also like it for some samurai Zelda type game. But if I had to choose either or, I would go with like a hand-drawn style for this game if you're gonna redo it in that nature.
Hand-drawn. That could be really nice. I could get behind that.
Yeah, just really be detailed with it. We've seen how creative Nintendo can get with Yoshi. I think even with this new game we've seen with Yoshi, it's almost as if it's the test bed for them trying out new styles.
I was just gonna say the same thing. It's their testing ground. It seems like it always is, right?
Right.
If you look at Yoshi's Island on SNES, and we go all the way down the line, and you look at all the Yoshi games we've got, they've all introduced their own unique art style. And I've always thought that it is a testing bed for it.
It has to be.
That's what it's there for, which is great, right?
Yeah.
It works.
Yeah. So I think that'll be pretty interesting to see what Nintendo would do with a hand-drawn style Zelda, to where you can start adding in different effects when you get into battles and make contact. And if they have, throwing in certain elements like the comic books where you see like the pals and the wows or whatever when you attack these characters, just to give it that flair. Just to say, while it's the same game, within the story and what you have to do, we're just going to throw a little bit of, shine on there, similar to kind of how they did with Wonder, even though that's a new game. That style of seeing so much animation within Wonder was amazing. Even though we know the 2D formula for Mario is at its peak, that just changing the art style and how they were animated took it to a whole nother level.
Absolutely. I like that. I could get behind that. That's something I could envision. GameBird, what do you think, man?
I know exactly what I would love for this one, and I'm going to share my screen in a second. And it's a little bit in between what Alyssa's talking about as well as Jack. So I would like to see them lean into cell shading. I think that they just have so much experience with this and just that timeless nature. These games look gorgeous to this day. Wind Waker's a perfect, not talking the remake, even look at the original on GameCube. It's a perfect looking game. It looks like it could have came out today because of the style. Now, that being said, I don't want it to look like Wind Waker, and I don't want it to look like Breath of the Wild, and I don't want it to have the painterly cell shading that we see in Skyward Sword. One of my favorite things about getting a new Zelda game is, like, what's the art style going to look like? I can't wait to see the art style. So when we get direct sequels, I'm always excited because it's a sequel to what's one of my favorite games in my all-time favorite series. But there's always that little bit like, man, it's the same art style though. Right? Like we just had that one. And that's a very unique Zelda thing because series don't normally do that. But I feel so spoiled with every generation. It's like you have all these different looks of you got the, like you were talking about the Link's Awakening look and the Ocarina of Time and Majora's look and the Breath of the Wild and the Skyward Sword. So for me, I would like, and I'm gonna pull up this concept art to show you. Let me see. Let me put on my glasses real quick. Make it easier for myself.
Yeah, put on your glasses, old man.
All right. So this is concept art, not from Ocarina of Time, but instead it's concept art from Majora's Mask and there's a reason for that. All right. So I would love to see a cell shaded version that aims to nail the concept art from Majora's Mask because I think the look is beautiful and iconic. And there's something very unique about this art that wasn't in the Ocarina of Time art, and it's the shadowing. It almost has like a graphic novel, and thinking about them doing this 3D cell shading with like the really cool shadowing on the characters, I feel like would give it a darker, more stylized depth that makes it feel, for lack of a better term, edgier than I think Ocarina of Time initially was. But I think something like this, if done right by Nintendo, would really capture the magic of this generation of Zelda games. Does that make sense? Am I describing this properly?
Yeah, I love it. This is some of my favorite like art styles of Link is the young Link from Majora's Mask. So that would be awesome.
It's iconic, but again, like the shadowing. So if they could incorporate this beautiful 3D, use the power of Switch 2 with the lighting effects and the ray tracing and the particle effects, but you have this really cool shadowing that's in there that just adds that extra dimension and makes the game feel a little bit more edgy or adult than how we remember it. And picturing stuff like this in areas like the Shadow Temple or the well is just really cool. And I love to see how they'd apply this kind of stylization to Ganondorf. So that's my personal hopes and dreams for an art direction for this one.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah, I like it because look, we're at the point in time where we're seeing it already, but where we can take a game's original concept art and make it into a game, right? Again, Dragon Quest 7, excellent proof of concept right there. And even going back to the NES with the original Zelda. If you guys remember looking through the instruction booklet back in the day, the concept art that is the actual official artwork, promotional artwork, is absolutely gorgeous. Like if they had a whole book with just these illustrations, I would own it. I think we all would. It's very beautiful. It's like, man, if you could figure out how to do that, and I think like that would be great for a Zelda 1 NES remake. Give us that, right? But if you think about it, like GameBird, when we were at PAX, we play Toxic Crusaders, right?
Absolutely.
And it feels like we're literally playing this Saturday morning cartoon. It looks
Absolutely.
that good. You know, like when we played, I'm sure all of us have played Shredder's Revenge. Great game. Enjoy the art style. However, something like Toxic Crusaders is even better. Like that literally feels like we're watching the cartoon. Like I'd like to see Turtles get a look like that, even though I enjoyed Shredder's Revenge art style and I love the game, but that would look even better. But that just goes to show that He-Man played He-Man, same thing.
Yeah.
Like, dude, this looks like the cartoon we grew
The
up
80s
with.
cartoon.
Yeah. So what can we do today? And to me, it does feel like the sky's the limit. And we've talked about this so much, all of us have, in that when it comes to technology and where we're at today with graphics, we've hit that ceiling. Okay.
Yep.
Graphically. Now we're looking at other things, right? Which is the performance aspect, the frame rate. So I still think there's technology that can improve things so we can have the nice frame rates, the 60 FPS all the time. So I think we can still grow in that area. But when it comes to the actual graphics, right? What really matters is the art style. And it always has been for some of us, right? Like we don't strive for the ultra realism. I don't need to see the wrinkles in the face and the finer detail, right? Like art style is more important. And I think that's going to become much more important as the years go on. And look, Dragon Quest 7, prime example of how you don't have to go for ultra realism. You can go for that art style. Maybe we start seeing more things like that.
Yeah.
Which would be amazing.
The other thing too that I think people forget as well is that cell shading is not just one look, and you don't have to have full on cell shading. You can go for a more realistic look that also utilizes some cell shading to create a more stylized look. Cell shading is very broad, you know. You know, people talk about how like, oh, well, look how everyone reacted to cell shading when they showed Wind Waker, but it's like Breath of the Wild is cell shading, Tears of the Kingdom cell shading. You don't hear too many people complain about the art style for those games. I think for back then, I think it was more of the Saturday morning cartoon look that at the time was off-putting to what people's expectations were. But cell shading is very broad. Yeah. Cell shading
because of the realistic tech demo.
Yeah.
Like
which looks like
people felt like you took from us what we wanted, which was this more realistic Zelda.
Which let's be honest, was ass. It looks like ass. Go back and watch it. It's
a
horrifying
demo, ultimately. And I just feel like people have their mindset that each generation we're going to get a more realistic Zelda and a more realistic Mario, and things are going to, the water graphics are going to look better every time. And I think had that not existed, that tech demo, people would have reacted differently.
Yeah.
Not entirely, but differently on the whole. So, all right, let's see. Eric, art style.
Yeah. For me, like I said, I haven't really played it. It's been a long time since I've seen, watched Nate play it and stuff like that. I know going back to that similar time frame with Mario 64, and then you look at the evolution of Mario, and that comes up to Mario Odyssey, which is kind of a, Mario 64 plus. And if you kind of did that extrapolation and kind of did that in the same kind of way with, kind of that Mario Odyssey, playing over into Zelda and bringing that kind of forward with that part of it, I think that'd be kind of interesting.
Yeah, it would be.
Okay.
Nate, what do you think? Talking art style for Ocarina of Time.
I got one for you. I don't know if I want it to be this way necessarily when I'm about to show, but I think it's a good one. Obviously, I like what GameBird threw out there with the going back to the OG art. Something like that, a bit more cell shaded. Obviously, would sit really well with me. I think for mass appeal reasons, I can understand going in I guess a more realistic direction. I always go back to the Wii U tech demo because I think it was incredible, but that feels more like Twilight Princess than Ocarina of Time. But so we're getting a live action Zelda movie, but that's not what people wanted. People wanted this.
Oh, nice.
Why don't we get this for an art style?
Yeah, the Ghibli style.
The whole Ghibli style. It doesn't have to be this exact style. I don't think they would ever just like direct rip it. But this is obviously, maybe a fellow YouTuber or Ron Link. He does like these kind of movie things he does for Zelda a lot. But it looks really good. And I think this could sit really well with people in a full remake. I think people who are original fans of the game can appreciate this. And I think new fans would even be into it too, because it's gonna feel kind of anime like.
Yeah.
I kind of think something like this could really, really appeal in a different way. Like I think to hit mass appeal, Wii U tech demo is the way to go, but really it's gonna be more about it just looking really, really good and really clean.
I don't think like I hear what you're saying about the mass appeal with like a more real, even though I don't think the Wii U tech demo is chasing realism. I think it's still stylized.
Yeah,
it looks like
Twilight Princess is still stylized too. Yeah,
right. But I do think like I don't know. I had to mention I have never heard anyone mention that they were put off by Breath of the Wild because of the cell shaded art style. And I'm not saying that people out there don't exist like that, but I do think about like big franchises that are really popular now and how cell shading is a lot more widely accepted than it used to be during the GameCube era when we first got Wind Waker was so ahead of its time. I love this art style. And I do think that, like, again, it doesn't have to be full cell shaded, but something like this that's cell shaded and kind of has an anime look. What's great about it is, first off, the Zelda team's gonna crush it, and whatever type of cell shading they do on Switch 2 or art style is gonna be gorgeous. We are like, that's just a given. It's gonna be gorgeous. It's gonna have a unique look. It's not gonna look like any other anime game or cell shaded game. But second, it's a game that deserves to look timeless. Ocarina of Time deserves to look timeless. So I really like this, Nate. I think this is a great pick.
Yeah, I had no idea if anyone said it yet, but I was just like, hey, this is like a really cool thing a fan made. And it's kind of what people wanted for an animated movie, but I'm just like, why can't this be a game? Like, I think it would just be really, really sick. But it's one of those things where we can all have our hopes and dreams. It's all about what they want to do. My biggest fear is that if a remake happens, that they go more like Ocarina of Time 3D style, and they just kind of remake it and try to make it like that. I don't know. I don't really feel like that's the right direction to go, but I don't know. I wouldn't mind a Studio Ghibli style or some sort of anime style thing for this particular game. That would also set them up well to do Majora's Mask eventually as well. But I don't know. I mean, the bottom line is I just want this thing to exist. Please.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I would presume that the engine they're creating, right, would be for both games.
Well, yeah, if you're doing Ocarina of Time,
can we please focus on Ocarina of Time right now, because I don't want to be teased with the Majora's, like getting both those games fully remade. Do you even know what that would do to me?
You know it's gonna happen.
Yeah,
dude.
No, 100%.
I cannot.
I'm just wondering if we'll get a third game
sort of excitement.
With that engine.
It's bad for my heart. I will have a heart attack. I will go into cardiac arrest on stream.
I'm just wondering if we would get another game with that engine, because obviously we'd get both Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, but I think about the possibility of maybe getting another game with that engine.
Damn,
we get another linear
entry.
Yeah, I mean,
holy crap! Round it out.
We always want more.
We don't know what happened when Link left Termina.
I remember there's talks about it back in the day.
The conclusion to the Hero of Time trilogy is now in development. Holy shit. Everyone's just violently crapping their pants.
Yeah,
That's
and that like
insane.
completes the Triforce, the third game.
Yeah.
And that's where the Triforce it actually is.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And that was actually, you know how I said I had a big idea? You know,
Yeah.
they did Mario 35. They did the 3 games there. Well, this would be Zelda 40, so they could do 4 games.
Oh, here we go.
Oh wow, that's a lot.
And
That's
hey,
a
what
lot.
if they're holding Twilight and Wind Waker HD for next year too?
Yep.
Probably
When they
for the
released
Switch.
it, just
I don't
like
even want
Galaxy.
them. I literally don't even want them anymore. I won't even get excited.
Well,
if they're not.
I do think that comes to Switch One. I do,
Yeah.
but I think again, we would get if you have it on Switch 2, you're going to get improved performance, just like we're getting with Galaxy, Metroid Prime, Pokemon ZA, so on and so forth. I
Yeah,
think.
I just don't even care anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I care. I know you don't.
It's like Skyward Sword HD. I probably just won't even buy it at this point. Too little, too late. Remake them. That's how you'll get me to buy them again. I know. I say that as like every Zelda fan in the world's like, curse you. They left them on Wii U. They left them on Wii U. We need them. I get it. They're amazing games. It's just, man, I don't know.
Those Nintendo employees who watch our podcast are listening to you say, I don't even care. So they're like,
Yeah, I'm sure my
People
feelings
don't even
are
care.
exactly how Nintendo makes every decision.
You never know. You never know.
No,
Judging by the comments in your videos, you would think so.
No. What they do is they go back and rework the ending of Ocarina of Time to what Nate was going on.
Right, there you go.
Yeah,
I gotta
They
be
is-
honest. I don't know what that joke is about.
Oh,
yeah, you weren't on the
yeah.
It goes all the way back to the Nintendo Prime podcast like 3-4 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Jake Randall was, on at the time. I think it was before he became a co-host of the show. And I forget what the exact topic was, but something came up where we brought up the ending of Ocarina of Time. And I started going on and on about something about the ending that I really liked or didn't like or something like that. And the ending was what I said was completely wrong. It was not the actual ending of the game. And Jake Randall's like, that's not the ending of Ocarina of Time. I'm like, yes, it is. He's like, that's not the ending to any video game. I'm like, what are you talking about? Dude, that is the ending of Ocarina of Time, man. I even pulled out the Zelda Informer card. Like, I've been doing this for a long time. You know how many theories I made? This is the ending. And then it just went on. Jake knew he was right the whole time, right? And this just went on. I was being so stubborn about this. And so like flabbergasted. And by the way, nobody else on the show was correct. Andres Restart was there. Nobody else was getting involved in this conversation. It was just me and Jake. And now Andres Restart obviously knows the ending of Ocarina of Time. So he's probably just like, you see the look on his face, like he's just baffled. And I thought he was baffled at Jake, not me. Fine. I know what'll end this debate. Let's go play the ending right now, live on the show. And we had never done this really. We never really played videos live on the show. So I had to figure that out. I play the video and I'm watching it. Jake's just laughing. And I'm like,
Oh yeah. Shit.
I'm never gonna live this down ever.
No.
Ever.
Nope.
Yeah, that's almost career ending. That's brutal.
I think since that day, Venny in my chat has owned my Zelda card. I'm no longer a Zelda fan. So
That's funny, dude.
I'm still waiting to get it back.
You should have just pulled a psych. At the end.
Just psych. Yeah, no one would have believed it. I was so adamant. You guys know how stubborn I get sometimes. I was so adamant. Like, oh my God, I've never been so wrong in my life. It was one of the most embarrassing. And
hilarious.
it sucks that I was so wrong and it was about Zelda. And that's what makes me feel more embarrassed. Like I've been this Zelda expert running one of the most popular Zelda websites for a decade. No, don't matter. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Basically, guys, I'm a fraud. My haters already think I am. That's the moment though they never bring up. That's the moment that proves I'm a fraud.
It's like you're living in an age of imprisonment.
Oh,
I like that one. That was one of my favorites, Stash. That was one of my favorites.
Thanks, man.
And it's so on topic for the show. I love it.
Yeah, I mean that's literally the next topic, right? Do we have anything we want to add to this? Nate, I guess if you want to give your thoughts on if you think we're gonna get the remake, have you changed your mind?
No, I think it's happening. To
So
me,
you've changed your mind.
well, not really. I mean, I've always kind of thought it was happening.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, here we go. Maybe we should, if it's Ocarina of Time topic, I'm just not allowed to talk anymore. Let's make a new rule on the show. I'm not allowed to chime in.
Now I'm glad that you think it's gonna happen.
Well, I
That's
mean,
good.
look, Aonuma was asked if it was happening, and all he could do was laugh, despite in the same interview being asked about a different Zelda remake and saying no. So that to me is the biggest evidence ever, because Aonuma has been teasing every single future game all the time. He literally does it all the time. He teased Echoes of Wisdom, he teased Link's Awakening, he teased Skyward Sword. Except Skyward Sword was directly, he just said it. But he just does it all the time. So look, his cryptic stuff has clearly always been a tease for the last 15 years. So if he didn't, it was asked directly and laughed about it. And by the way, it's not that he just laughed about it, guys. This was noted by the person who did the interview when this started making headlines at the time, that he wouldn't deny it and said no comment. He stopped the interview and said no comment in English when he was speaking Japanese the whole interview. He stopped the interview when asked about Ocarina of Time remake and said no comment in English. So he wanted to emphasize this no comment. So it's come on.
Mm-hmm.
It's happening. I just don't know when. That's my thought. Until it's announced, obviously. But
okay.
Of course, once
All
it's
right.
announced, I'm not allowed to talk about it.
Yeah. You just gotta hope. You just gotta hope that it wasn't a scenario of him laughing because it was something that was at the very least heavily under consideration. You gotta hope it didn't stop there. But I think it's coming.
I think it makes a lot of sense for the 40th anniversary, and or if not that, maybe around the Zelda movie.
Yeah, I'm 100% on it.
Hey guys, I just got a notification about the those Sony speakers they announced today in the middle of the showcase. Are they available for pre-order or something? I don't know. I just got a notification. Well, that's random. See, guys, I can't be too big of a shill. I'm getting PlayStation notifications on my smartwatch. Anyways, literally, I don't even know who's. Yeah, no, seriously, someone just tweeted it to me. Okay, cool. Anyways, moving on.
Let me see here. So before we go into the next topic, I should probably share this real quick. Let's go with that. Some new info here. There we go. Okay, Resident Evil Requiem screenshots.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
On Switch too.
In handheld mode too. Oh yeah.
Oh, that's right. They do have it to where you can play the demo, right?
It is at TGS. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I could. Nah, when I tried to zoom in, it just tried to go a little closer. But I'll retweet this in case anyone wants to see it in good detail. But one thing we've noticed, and it's been talked about a little bit, is the hair. Right, the hair looks a little. Yeah, and again, this is not something for me that affects gameplay, or breaks immersion, or would get a lower review score because their hair doesn't look great.
Also, you can play it in first person.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm from the era of SmackDown where Triple H's hair is floating in the air. I think I'm good.
Yeah, exactly. we grew up on WCW versus NWO World Tour and Revenge. Yeah.
What
the
excites me
and
the
the
most,
gameplay is amazing on those games.
Right.
what excites me the most is they're very clearly playing the same demo we played.
Yep.
So
They are.
that means I know everything they experienced. So
Mhm.
all they had to do, the fact that they told me, look, obviously it looks good for starters, for handheld play here. But they said it runs smooth and they didn't notice any frame rate dips. Obviously, this is just one person's opinion, of course, but this is in handheld where it would probably struggle the most. So
Yep.
that already makes me very excited that this is a really high quality port. And guys, it's $10 cheaper on Switch 2, which is
I
crazy.
wonder why that is.
I don't know, but it might convince some people to pick up the Switch 2 version.
Right.
Yeah. So pretty awesome. Good to see that it's looking good. I was excited for that. I don't know if we'll get gameplay footage at some point. Because again, like we weren't allowed to get gameplay footage.
And they're not
PAX.
either.
However, I found gameplay footage of exactly what we did at PAX.
Oh my, someone snuck footage. Oh geez, now I'm not surprised.
It's direct feed.
Oh, is it media? Is it
It's
a media thing?
It's on YouTube.
It might be a media session then. They might have had permission for it.
Don't know, but it's exactly what we did. So
that's weird. Then why would they let us record? I don't know. That's weird. That to me, it's just weird because here the person does. Nate the Hate asked them in the comments on that tweet, any off-screen footage, and they said that no one was allowed to record. So they still have like the same policies there.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I also wonder how they feel about recording in the dark.
We also couldn't take.
Yeah,
they took pictures. We weren't even allowed to do that.
Yeah, they said if they saw any phones out, you'd be instantly kicked out.
And this person clearly was allowed to take photos, and they're clearly in a dark room. You can see how dark it is around them.
Yeah. So we could have used. Michaela could have used the disposable camera that we had, probably.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're thinking about using that because it said no phones to take pictures.
The flash goes up, blinds the whole room.
Yeah.
She probably would have got tackled.
Right.
Yeah, probably.
They were very adamant about no photography, no phones, yeah.
They were, and obviously want to be respectful.
Yeah, and at Tokyo Game Show, to be clear, they might not be as adamant about it, or potentially this person just snuck the shots.
Mm-hmm.
You turn your flash off on your phone, put it in your pocket up here. Just have a little thing where you just tap it, or maybe it's a Samsung. You can use like the little note pen.
Yes, pen. Yeah.
Yeah. You just got to tap that and it takes pictures. So I'm just saying, it's possible that the person didn't get the pictures like they weren't supposed to, because
Google Glass.
Here's the thing:
Meta glasses.
The demo's out there right now. Like it's at Tokyo Game Show. I feel like this was posted like a half hour ago. I feel like there'd be a hell of a lot more people putting up images.
Mm-hmm.
If you were just allowed to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Just my thoughts. But hey, I appreciate being able to see it. Obviously, it just kind of confirms what we saw in the trailer. And based on the fact that I played the demo, it looks really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
Like this looks exactly like what we played, except her hair's frizzy, and I just don't care about that.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, shout out to Blake. Thanks for sending that to my DM. Awesome. Good to see that. And I guess one other bit of news I'm just seeing, but Professor Layton and the New World of Steam delayed to 2026.
Really?
Yeah, that was announced earlier today.
Jeez. What is going on with level 5?
Oh, seems like they're playing on level 1 right now.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Because they have like at least 1 or 2 games that I'm very interested. Well, actually 3, because Professor Layton, Deca Police, and Inazuma 11, because that got pushed out to November again. But once again, that's like their 3rd or 4th push out. So I would imagine this is going to happen again.
Yeah, I do think we have a lot of games to play coming up. Like I think it's pretty full. And so maybe they looked at it that way, like, hey, you know what? Let's not be forgotten.
True.
Let's not release it now. Let's add a little bit of lacquer to it. Get some extra polish on that baby and ship it out when the calendar's a little lighter. Because I mean, even if you look outside of Switch too, you look at PlayStation as well, Xbox, just as a whole, there's so much coming out. I think it's very content rich. So maybe they eyed a different date that looks better and that will play better to their bottom line. because it's been in development for a long time.
Yeah.
They might just be holding to maximize those profits. All right. I think then we can move on to the next topic, which
I think, if you guys are good with it, since we're talking news, do we want to just switch over to let Nate go and keep going with the news flow?
Yeah, let's do it, Nate or Tot.
What in the world?
I don't know what is going on. I don't know what is that. I don't even where'd that come from.
I don't know.
Pretty like throwing for a loop. Here's the thing. I was obviously, guys, I'm late to the show, so I was already thrown for a loop. But I'm like, oh, we're rocking into time. Then Eric's like, oh, we're going on the topics in order. I'm like, okay, cool. Then all of a sudden, I see the Requiem screenshots below. I'm like, we're talking about that in a topic already. It's literally already there. Could have been when we brought it up, but so we bring it up now. And then we have another topic that has all the other general news, and then we bring up more general news. I'm like, what is happening? I don't know. This shows, and you know what? Yep. This is what happens when I'm not here to start. It's just wild city.
Yeah.
You guys are doing good. I listened to a little bit of the show when I could. That being said, sure. There's a few other things that have been going on out there. And look, guys, news is flying in like fast. Okay, we have a whole topic for Tokyo Game Show. So I'm kind of avoiding the news from Tokyo Game Show because we'll talk about that when we get there. Because there's just a lot, and there's even more, and it's going to keep coming. Like, it's just the way it is. Because it's a huge game show happening out in Japan. But there are some things that are worth talking about just briefly. We don't have to go too in depth on all of it. That's why it's all in one topic. But as an example, one thing that just happened the other day was Borderlands 4 was delayed.
Yeah.
For Switch 2. And their reasoning, and we don't have to read the whole thing here, says they're committed to ensuring that we deliver the best possible experience to our fans. The game needs additional development and polish time to do that. And our hope is to also better align this release with the addition of cross saves. So one thing is they're adding cross saves, which must not have been there at launch. But more than that, like that's a big deal to have cross saves.
That's interesting because I thought Randy Pitchford said if you want your games to run well, they'll go make them yourself. Did I misunderstand?
No,
a very surprising post.
You did not. You did not misunderstand. Notice that this is posted by the Borderlands account, not Randy. Remember, he made the video that was cringe as hell to announce the release date for this, by the way, on Switch 2. That made no sense. And meanwhile, this is the next time we hear about it, which is a delay, which makes it sound like maybe Randy Pitchford needs to stop talking. Just my personal opinion. Clearly, your dev team knew the game was not going to be ready by that date, and you announced it anyways. So thanks, buddy. Now, I do think, personally, this delay was probably caused overall. I mean, I do. Yeah, okay. We played the game. We can talk about our experience with that. But when we look at the besides the cross saves being added, which must not have been ready to go for launch, they talk about development for polish. They needed to polish the game still. I think that's a very key word, polish, because the game released unpolished on every platform.
Yeah.
And I think that's why they're delaying it, to avoid the backlash, because if they can survive the backlash on PC, PlayStation 5, whatever, because, they have an established audience on those places that will forgive them with patches and stuff. They don't really have a big established base on Switch 2 because this is the first game they're bringing there. And if the first game leaves a bad taste in your mouth, people will just not buy future games from you. So they need to have this be a solid first impression. And the fact that the first impressions on PlayStation, Xbox, even PC were so bad that, what was it again that he said, old Randy said, GameBird?
Say it again. What was the
what? What did Randy say again in response to people talking about how bad the game performs?
Oh yeah, go make games yourself. Pretty much.
Yep. Yeah, he said that, and then he also said something about how you're now. He didn't say that you're too poor, but it came off as you need to have a high-end PC. That's what we built this game for. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
This all goes back to his story about working in Gizmo Beach.
Oh yeah, right. Oh my god,
which I know where that's at. You know where that's at, GameBird. I'm sure, living in Cali.
Yes.
And then we looked up. I think pretty sure I did, the median income back then and the cost of living. And whatever he was saying, I mean, look, man, I don't know this guy personally, but he's way off base, right?
Way
I'll just say
off.
it basically. It's a nice way of saying it. He's way off base. So yeah.
Yeah,
I
I'll
don't
just
know,
say,
man.
it,
Seems
you're a
disconnected.
dumbass. Keep the foot out of your mouth and just don't talk at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I think he needs to stop pitching the games.
I'm not saying that you're bad
Yes.
at your actual job behind the scenes. I think obviously you guys keep making good games and you're the one running the company. So some good decisions must be getting made somewhere in there. You need to hire a different team to handle PR, HR, something, because you are not the man. I think you think you're Kojima, but you're not.
The thing is that like, yeah, I'm sure he's. I don't know anything about Randy Pitchford other than his like bad PR that he's.
But that's all I need to know.
career.
That's what we're
That's
talking
all you
about.
need to know. Yeah.
But it always reminds me of like the person who does a really bad PR move like that, but then is like really sad and like, why doesn't everyone like me? You know, like you know what I
We
mean?
felt that from the reception of the movie. Remember?
Why don't they like me? I don't get it.
He had that whole presentation in like the Game Awards or something for the movie, and he went on for like 15 minutes.
Maybe you should
about
stick to Magic.
behind the scenes with the movie, about all these things he can't tell us, and all the actors looked really uncomfortable, like they didn't even want to be on camera.
they looked so
Like-
uncomfortable.
like
It looked
he's
like
the
he had
boss.
been camping outside of Kevin Hart's trailer for a week.
Yeah, like he's the boss. So what are they supposed to say? Like, turn it off. You're in charge. And it was so awkward. And then the movie was like one of the worst movies ever made.
Yeah.
It's like you're like, man, dude, just stop talking. You look, people like the games. Let the games do the talking. Let your trailers come out. Let your developers talk passionately about this. You just need to stop. And so that's the thing. Like,
How about just be humble and then
God,
no
yeah,
one's
good luck
like
with that.
no dev team is perfect. People are gonna miss things. People aren't always gonna hit the mark. How about when you miss the mark a little bit, when you have some performance issues? How about just be like, sorry, we're working really hard to get this stuff fixed, and
Yeah.
we hear you.
Yeah,
Like, dude, it's so easy.
No,
we hear you. We understand there's some performance issues.
don't know.
Developing modern games is very difficult, but rest assured, we're working on some patches to fix things up, to give you a better experience.
No,
Bam.
we made this game for high end PC hardware.
Right.
I should be making the big bucks. You see what I came up with off the top of my head? That was brilliant PR right there.
When he said the PC hardware comment, I sat there. I'm like, dude, you're releasing this on PlayStation 5, on Xbox Series S, and Switch 2. And you literally just said you built this game for high end PC. So you built this thing for a $2,000 GPU. You guys get out of here. You're so full of it, Randy. Just stop. It's okay to admit that the game just didn't come out in the state you wanted it to and it's not optimized. It's okay to just say that. Like, we're sorry. We're going to do our best to get this patched up as quickly as we can on all platforms. How hard is it to just say sorry? And like, I don't even know if that's in his vocabulary. even when you read this tweet, which again, it probably was not written by him. There's not an apology. It's just, we don't take this decision lightly. Here's why we're delaying it. Have a good day. Not, hey, sorry. We're looking forward to this game. We're gonna have to wait a little longer. But I will say this: one thing the post does do right is it does not tell us how long it's delayed.
Yeah.
So it's probably 2026, which is fine. I just think that that's good to not put the expectation on when, because it means they don't know when it's going to be ready. Because guess what? They're trying to optimize all the versions of the game right now.
Yeah.
So we're probably going to focus first on the ones that have already released and then get around to this one. So yeah, it's what they should have did in the first place. They shouldn't, my opinion, and I don't know if this is this controversial? I don't know how gamers feel about this. The whole game should have been delayed for all platforms.
Yeah. Because, I mean, think about it. These games are now out there. And so you'll have people that, they'll muster through it. They'll fight through it. But then you have on the back end.
High-end PC gamers, perfect experience.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So then what does that mean? Like when the Switch version comes out and this is fixed,
right.
do you put it on sale for the other devices? Like,
That's
what
the funny
happens?
thing. this is going to be the Star Wars Outlaws, right? Star Wars Outlaws was a massive launch, but then Switch 2, by the time it got there, it's kind of a good game now.
Yeah.
Oh, Borderlands is a mess at launch. By the time it gets to Switch 2, it's going to probably be a pretty good version of the game.
Wow.
Maybe, I just don't know how the industry hasn't learned yet. The AAA industry, especially, the fans are starting to give a crap when their games don't run well. Like,
It is crazy to say. Like, it should have always been the case.
yeah,
But
and it's a twitchy shooter. Like, it's really sucks when it doesn't run well.
yeah.
But I don't know. That's my thoughts. Anyone else got thoughts on the Borderlands topic?
I would love for someone to campaign for me like that. Because I mean, he fought hard. I was like, well, maybe people are overdoing it because he's going so hard. And then I saw the game. I'm like, oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, I'm glad that it's delayed.
Yeah.
I think that was the right move. And I think whenever a game's not ready, that's always the right move. Delay it. Delay it until it's right. That's what we want. There will be people that will complain. You don't worry about those people because there's not a lot of them. They're just loud.
Yeah.
So we know what the right thing is to do here. If it's your business, that's what you would do, right? We would all want to make sure that when the game comes out, it's ready to go. And you're proud of the product.
It's like the Nintendo way of doing things. Nintendo always delays their stuff until it's right. I know we say that Scarlet Violet, but that wasn't Nintendo's decision. It might be Nintendo's decision moving forward. It sounds like based on the leaked documents last year, it sounds like ZA was supposed to come out last year. Notice it didn't. It's coming out this year. That could have been a mandate from Nintendo because they don't want to be embarrassed again.
Right.
I mean, Nintendo had made a public apology for Scarlet and Violet. Like, they've never done that before. And it was TPC and Game Freak that forced them to do that. So it's like, okay, yeah, people associate Pokemon with us. You can't be releasing games this broken. We don't release games like this. Our fans have an expectation.
Right.
So we'll see if that applies to Gen 10 when that comes out. But it is the Nintendo way of doing things where they just delay things so they're right or good enough. Good enough anyways, where people aren't going to complain much. Like Donkey Kong Bonanza is not perfect, but it's good enough where the complaints are so minuscule. It's still a game of the year contender, right? So, cool. There's other stuff to talk about, just kind of briefly.
Oh, well, Alyssa, do you have any thoughts on Borderlands?
Oh, sure.
I'll just say that since it's delayed, that I hope that they add the split screen option because that wasn't going to be there before. So I hope they'll add that, like for local play.
That would be
because I never played Borderlands before, and I was gonna try to get into it with this one. And I don't pay for online on PlayStation; I only pay online on Switch. So I would like to have the option to play online or play like on the couch with my significant other.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, next up, this one is interesting because it's kind of been floating out there for a while, but people kind of ignored it. And that is mostly the Metroid Prime 4 stuff, how much Nintendo spent to make it. So set aside the sales data. This is all like 5 days old, and Amazon updates like every 3 days. But right here is the comment that's kind of blowing up. It's from Kiwi Talks, by the way. Shout out to Reese Riley. He's going to be coming on an episode coming up here, I think in November. But he said Prime 1 cost about $10 million to make. Prime 4 is costing about $100 million to make. Which, by the way, as far as we're aware, Nintendo's only had one IP that they've spent more than that to make a game, and that's been Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. So Zelda. So this would make it like the second most expensive thing they've ever done. But the big thing is that the game needs to sell between 4.5 to 5 million to just break even. That's scary for a franchise that's never sold more than like 3.2 million.
Right.
This is exactly why when we had our show after that Nintendo Direct, I wasn't trying to be negative because I'm genuinely very hyped for this game, but I do have concerns with the way Nintendo's marketed it. I didn't know the budget for this game was $100 million. I knew it was going to be expensive for them considering how much time. So I do have concerns with how they've marketed it. Like I feel like I really, really, really hope that this game gets a dedicated direct to really show off to people who maybe never have played a game in the series, to show what's so special. I wish the trailer we got in the last direct was better. I think the bike stuff is cool and exciting, but I wish we got some commentary talking about whether it's a little bit of the story, what's going on in the game, talking a little bit about the features. And maybe they didn't include that stuff because they are really planning on a Metroid focused direct. But this is a game that needs very, very special marketing and special care because it feels like make or break. I guarantee you we'll get more Metroid games like Dread. I'm not worried about games like that. But Prime, this is supposed to reboot a new trilogy, and this is a critically acclaimed series that is beloved by fans. This is a game that deserves to keep going. And it's scary to have those feelings of do or die, make or break with this one, especially with how it's been marketed, in my opinion. So if there was some sort of a bundle, if they package it with a special, there's a special edition that's packaged with a special Pro controller for Switch 2, any way they can get people to jump in who maybe didn't have this on their radar. I don't know. What do you guys think? I want this game to do well so badly. And obviously, word of mouth, this is a new Metroid game in the age of social media. I know we're going to be talking this game up a lot, knock on wood. It's good. I'm not worried about it being a good or bad game. I'm very confident that this game's going to be amazing, but I don't know. I just would like, with how grave it feels the Prime situation is, I'd like to see Nintendo really treat this game with special care.
Yeah.
Am I off base here?
Oh, no, you're spot on. I think when we look at Metroid, if you look at the Metacritic ratings, they're always in the 90s. It's a beloved franchise, but it just doesn't sell well. So when we're looking at Metroid Prime 4, we have a scenario to where it got delayed because it went to a different team, so they had to refocus. It's been 7-8 years now since we first initially heard about this game, so we're in that realm. And then when we first heard about it, or at least got some information about it, it was like, okay, cool, psychic powers, we'll get a little bit more information. We've had people play at demos, so it's been fantastic. But then this last announcement, it was kind of like here you go, we'll talk more about it maybe. So we gave you a date. Here's some amiibo, here's a bike in the open world, figure it out. It just didn't seem like they cared.
That last trailer felt like they just grabbed something like, oh, the bike's cool, let's show the bike.
Yeah,
is how it felt, which it is cool. It is cool, but
and it is cool. And even let's say they have a Donkey Kong Bonanza type direct for right before it comes out, I would still like for it to have more press, because like you said, these are not bad games. It's just for whatever reason they don't sell. And I've never spoken to anyone that would say, okay, well, this is why I don't like Metroid. It's either you do or you don't. And they've never given a reasoning as into why they don't. They just never tried it. I've tried a few myself and I enjoy them. I've only finished Dread and maybe I think it was Metroid Prime 1. But other than that, I haven't finished 2 or 3. So I don't know. This would be a great opportunity for them to give it another leash on life. Every game for the most part got huge sales coming the Switch way. If it was bad sales before, Switch gave you a cool million, if not 2. You were guaranteed. So I wish it all the best. I'll be there day one to pick it up, but I would like to see a lot more media and a lot more press push behind this game. But as of right now, it doesn't seem like they care, even though I know that that's not true. If you're going to spend $100 million, you care. So it's just so I would like for them to show the efforts that they put in for this game.
Totally. And it's a weird thing too, because I love surprise. I don't like having everything spoiled for me.
Correct.
But for the sake of Metroid and its longevity, I feel like, man, I wish they gave a little bit of story in the trailer, kind of the setup, talk about you in this game you play as Samus, the most famous bounty hunter, travel across a fully interconnected world with number of with epic boss fights and like show off. So because Metroid series has epic boss fights, show a couple,
Right,
and
as you said, just at
show
least
some
talk, because they didn't say anything.
As you unlock your psychic powers, you unravel the mystery of like hype this game up, give it like a cinematic trailer, because I feel like if anyone who's in the know is going to watch this trailer and they're going to be like, sick, it's Metroid Prime 4 and there's a motorcycle now, this is rad, I can't wait. But like anyone who's never played a Prime game, it's like, well, what's it about? Is there multiplayer? Does this have online multiplayer in it? Or I don't know. I just feel like they need to do a better job of marketing this one.
I agree.
But I might be hypercritical just because I'm worried about its performance.
Okay. I mean, I think that's fair. I think we've kind of hit a point where they have to go all out for the marketing with this, and the problem is obviously that this is coming as the last game for the holidays. And so it leaves a very short window to try to give it individual attention post Kirby Air Riders. And I don't know what the answer is. Like, sure, we can go with even a demo on the eShop, as nice as that would be. I don't know that that's going to suddenly make people look up the demo to play it, besides people who already do, unless for something crazy happens in the demo that Nintendo knows will create word of mouth. That would then get people more interested to try it out. Especially if you already picked up a Switch 2 for the holidays, then you might go, oh, well, if people are hyping this up and there's all this crazy stuff happening on TikTok or whatever, maybe we should check this out in December and check out the demo. So it's gonna be kind of interesting because there's always a lot of games and it could get buried. I other things I thought they could do is I think about times when they've gone on big promotion tours before where they have like a demo bus that travels all over the country and Nintendo promotes they're going to be at different malls and different places. That's another thing they could do. The bottom line is I don't think it matters what they show or how hype a trailer is. The bottom line is people just don't pay attention to this franchise. And so you kind of have to shove it in their faces. And if you don't shove it in their faces, then they're just not going to try. So it's interesting because there's not a lot of time or events left to really do that. Like, I would almost, as strange as it feels, feel better if it was kind of pushed back to like January. And then they use something like the Game Awards to do like a huge push in front of a massive audience and then drop the demo that day. Just because they've spent so much money on this. By the way, guys, I don't want it delayed. I want it in my console now. But we just saw hey, if it's 100 million or 100 million plus, it's got to sell 4.5 to 5 million copies, and there's no guarantee it even comes close to that. And I know we can talk about how big the Switch install base is, but yeah, the Switch install base is massive. Metroid Dread, a Metroidvania, still only sold 3.2 million, and the side-scrolling ones tend to sell better than the non-side-scrolling ones. In general, look how well Silksong is selling. They can't get that success for some reason, even though they have a much bigger company and much bigger marketing behind a game compared to Hollow Knight. So why can't they get the attention? Well, I don't know if Nintendo just doesn't know how to market a game like this, or if it's just they haven't tried hard enough. It's been in multiple directs. They've had it at the Switch 2 experience. They had it at some demo events, but not all of them. Did you think the Switch 2 experience was good enough in the US that you didn't need a demo at PAX West? That's weird. Why don't you want this game getting more attention? And it didn't have a private demo or a public demo.
Right.
That's weird. Why wouldn't you promote it there when you're promoting at these other events? Why aren't you at Tokyo Game Show? Hey, I know you never go. Maybe you go this time and you push Metroid, and that's the reason you're there. And it becomes this big deal. The first ever Tokyo Game Show where Nintendo's on the show floor, and the only game you're showing off, they won't be the only game, but you'd have a huge section there for Metroid.
All right.
And I know that so the answer to make it happen is to spend even more money. Kind of, they're kind of in a sunk cost here with this game where, I hope it sells 5 million.
Yeah,
I don't think it's guaranteed to do it, and my huge concern, and we could say this beyond a shadow of doubt because how Nintendo talked about Metroid after Other M didn't sell enough to make Nintendo happy. They were not happy with the sales of that game. If this thing loses them money, I don't know we're getting another.
Probably not.
Even if one's currently being worked on, Nintendo will just cut their losses. and just say, hey, we're not going to do this again just to lose money again. Like, if we're going to lose money, we might as well just stop making it now. Like, I know there's rumors Prime 4 or Prime 5 is already in the works. Yeah, they can cut that off anytime they want. You know, they're hoping this game sells well to justify bringing a Prime 5 out. And look, I hope I'm wrong.
At least close to breaking even. You know, like this is one that you don't want to just like cap at $1 million.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Or even if it's like $2 million, 2.5. I don't think that's good enough. It's got to be like
3.5. Yeah. I agree.
Because then you could be like, okay, maybe the sunk cost was that we didn't have the right developer at first. You know, this next time around, we'll at least break even, or maybe come slightly ahead, or maybe a better development process is in place to speed up development for Prime 5. There could be all that logic. And like, I know like some people get mad about like the open world aspect. And we're not going to do a deep dive on that stuff right now. We'll do that closer to launch. But I think, one thing they're doing, the reason they put that in there, and it feels weird to say it, is because, hey, maybe this will make it appeal more. People seem to always get excited about open world.
Yeah.
But it almost had the opposite effect on social media anyways, where people didn't really get excited that it had that. And mostly it's because you showed a really, really bland part of the open world, and then you zoomed out and made that bland part look really big, which makes people go, oh, well, that's not why people like open world. So it's like, yeah. And again, it might not be open world. That literally could just be a zone in the game, and the zones are just bigger than we've ever seen before. So it might not even be open world. And don't get me wrong. Yeah, that looks really big. But if there's other, forest areas and other, like, there could be other areas. And if they're all that big, the other areas might just be more exciting, and the desert's kind of boring.
I've been told there's multiple large zones, and that desert one is just one of many.
Yeah. And I feel like that's the wrong one to show. Like, you should have showed one that had more exciting visuals and more exciting gameplay. I think they did it because they wanted to show the motorcycle, because the motorcycle makes the most sense in that area.
Yeah.
But
yeah, no, I mean, the motorcycle looked sick when Samus was going like across that like bridge. And doing the straight shot. That's when it looked really cinematic and really cool. And maybe that desert zone is sparse and barren because there's going to be an epic boss fight in that zone, a huge, like, larger than life boss fight. But like, I think like Twin Mold from the Zelda series, and
I'm sure there's going to be a huge boss fight there. It's going to be sick.
But if they had teased a massive, maybe there's not a big boss fight there, and that's fair. Maybe there's a boss fight, but it's not a larger than life. But if there is, if they had teased. They don't have to show the full boss. If they had teased something coming out of the sand, that's massive, and Samus like Akira sliding and like looking up and stuff like that, it's like, oh crap, someone's gonna go down hardcore here.
Yeah, that would have been more hype driving. Yeah.
Yep.
To give you my answer real quick, as far as Metroid, one, I am not concerned at all about the marketing. I'm going to tell you why. Today is September 24th. Okay. This is not the marketing cycle for Metroid Prime 4. That's the answer. What are we marketing right now? Galaxy 1 and 2. Then what are we marketing?
Pokemon.
Then what are we marketing?
Air Riders.
Age of Imprisonment.
And then Air Riders. And then Metroid. We're 5 games away from marketing.
Yeah.
They're focusing on one at a time. We saw what they did with Donkey Kong Bonanza. We got a direct focused on DK 30 days before. Did it work? I think so.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like Bonanza got a direct, and it was not a week and a half before the game came out.
I said it was a month.
Yeah, but you just said, like, if we're focusing on this, we're focusing. Okay, then we focus on this. Well, by the time we get done with Kirby Air Riders, there's like a week and a half, and Metroid's out. Like, that's the time frame for marketing. That's not enough.
I think we'll start getting marketing for some of the, like, for instance, Pokemon. That's been playable everywhere, right? So how much are we marketing this? And then how much is the Pokemon company going to be handling marketing as well, right? And then Kirby Air Riders. Look at how much marketing they've already done for it. A shitload. We had a huge Kirby Direct.
And
we have another one coming. So these things are already on the table. Hyrule Warriors, it's playable at TGS. It's there.
Yep.
So that marketing cycle is there. Metroid's not there because we're focusing on these games right now. Metroid is the last one for Christmas. So those marketing cycles have already begun. So you don't have to market those up until the finish line. That would be my take. And again, you don't want to, I also don't think you want to market Metroid too late into November. You want to get that word out there, get those pre-orders boosted prior to Thanksgiving and the big sales. So I think we're going to start seeing that marketing cycle. You got to imagine the first week of November.
So they're going to do it the same week as Age of Imprisonment comes out?
Yeah, because it's already being marketed.
Okay.
Right? It is right now.
And by the way, I'm not saying they can't do it. They have dropped like
Yeah.
direct the same weeks as like games have come out, so it's not impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Stash could very well be right. That's why, you know, I I said, if this game doesn't get a direct, if it doesn't get a special overview, like 10-minute, 12-minute overview trailer, a dedicated direct, that's concerning for me because the game deserves it. Or a special bundle, you know, some sort of special console bundle, controller bundle, something that's really gonna get people who just aren't familiar with the series excited. Totally possible, but yeah, I don't think it's been marketed great, but there's still time. There's still plenty of time. So,
Got any thoughts, Alyssa?
Yeah, I mean, I think the marketing is kind of weird too, but like what Stash said, it does make sense to kind of focus on the other games first. But the fact that it was such a high budget game, I really do want it to get more attention and more push. I just got into Metroid last year. I played Prime Remastered, and then I also played Samus Returns and Other M. And I fell in love with it. And the reason I got into it was because of people like us and like you guys telling me, you know, Metroid's a good game, go play it. Nintendo didn't convince me to go play it. Fans convinced me to go play it. So I think Nintendo should really try to convince other people and give it a little more love than it has been.
Yeah, I don't think it's had its wow moment.
Yeah. I was really like impressed by the trailer, and even though they didn't say anything, I was like really excited, but that's because I've played Metroid. I know what it's like, and I fell in love with it. But for somebody like just watching it, they'll be like, yeah, like GameBird said, did they have multiplayer? What do I do?
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it needs a wow moment. And I don't know what that wow moment's going to be. Because like any game that's come close to being this high budget for Nintendo had wow moments way before we're talking about the final month before the game comes out. Like, you know, Breath of the Wild at E3. You know, you had obviously Mario Odyssey also with an E3 moment where they built the whole thing around it, and it really impressed people, and people talked about it for months and months and months after the launch, regardless if Nintendo continued to market it. People aren't really talking about Metroid Prime 4 unless you're Andres Restart. People aren't really talking about it. I mean, that's like, you look around on social media, it's never trended. It's not on, you know, it's not on YouTube. There's not a ton of videos coming out about it. Like, yeah, there was the day of the direct and then nothing. And that's not the way it's worked for any other game that's been supposedly at the level this game is at, which is high-end AAA Nintendo at their best. That's what's expected. That's what the budget is. That's what the series demands with the 90+ ratings it always gets. And it just feels weird that there's like the hype is there, but it's only for like the people who are already fans. There's nothing that's making everyone talk about it. And I don't know what they can do for that. I mean, Stash said, yeah, they can get the marketing going, and maybe it's that direct that happens like a month before the game comes out. But I mean, that's still maybe, because the only people watching that direct will be people who are already fans.
Yeah, let me say this too, because I find that it's often missaid and misquoted on podcasts and other news channels, is that Pikmin 1+2 released 30 days before Pikmin 4. A lot of people are like, oh, you know, release like 3 or 4 months before. It's like, no, it was 30 days before to the dot. So point is that don't close that door.
You got 1, 2, and 3.
Yes. It was 30 days before, and everyone's like, oh, it's, that time's already passed. That window's closed. It's like, no, it hasn't. You just need to go on Google and type in, when did Pikmin 1+2 Switch release? And it will show you the release date, which is crazy. It'll just tell you what it is. And then you can look up, okay, when did Pikmin 4 release? And then you'll see that, oh, wow. It was only 30 days within each other, not 3 or 4 months like everyone's been saying. I didn't know I could just get on Google and find this out. Holy shit. It's like, do an ounce of research.
Yeah,
The point is that 30 days, man.
I don't think that helped Pikmin 4 sell though. I don't think it really had much of an impact.
I think it did. It's the
What
best
makes you
selling
think-
Pikmin of all time.
Pikmin 4 is, yeah.
Yeah, I think that springboarded it 100%.
So you think Pikmin 1 selling 1.6 million springboarded almost 4
I think
million?
having all of the Pikmins on Nintendo Switch helped a ton.
Okay.
Yeah,
I would argue
I
that
can
Pikmin
own all the
3
Pikmins on Nintendo Switch and play them handheld. This is great.
So I get that. I'm not saying that's not great. What I'm saying is, what was the best selling Pikmin before Pikmin 4?
What? I think it was
Pikmin 3 when they ported it to Switch. It became the best selling Pikmin game of all time. I think there was already hype built for Pikmin because Pikmin 3 sold so well.
Yeah.
I don't think 1 and 2 really helped much because 1 and 2, just like Metroid Prime, didn't sell that great compared to 3 and 4. So I'm like, that's why I think as a fan, don't be wrong, as a fan, it's incredible having all 4 on one system. I love it. I kind of think the hype was already there because we already had Pikmin 3 sell so well on the same system. That being said, the reason I bring this up is Metroid Prime didn't sell well on its own. I don't think 2 and 3 are going to sell well either. I don't think it's do anything to build hype for this game. Metroid Prime's story arc ended in 3. So like 4 isn't even going to be following 3 necessarily. It's probably following Prime Hunters and other games that people didn't play either.
I actually think Prime 1 Remastered sold remarkably well, given the marketing and how it was released. It was Shadow Drop.
It was Shadow Drop, yeah.
And there was no marketing. And it's already a niche series. So I actually think that game sold.
Has any game sold really well being Shadow Dropped without previously being announced? Has there been like any game that sold like crazy well?
You know how I would have opened the trailer for Metroid Prime Remastered?
Let's Google. Let's see what AI tells me.
You know what I would have done if I was Nintendo? I would have opened with the black screen, music kicks in, and then it on the screen starts appearing all the critical acclaim quotes and awards. Best game of the generation, 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 10 out of... I would have opened with that. It's a series that's literally critically acclaimed and no one knows.
Mm-hmm.
I Googled it. I don't know if AI is correct here. The games they spit out one was Apex Legends. Okay, free to play game. Hi-Fi Rush. The studio got closed and then came back. And so I don't know that that's a good example. And then Fallout Shelter, another free mobile game. So I'm like, there hasn't actually AI. I want to note this is what AI is telling me. Ben, like any massive game besides Apex Legends, which is free to play, that has like blown up and been just shadow dropped without a prior announcement. So it's actually kind of consistent that it doesn't actually work that well. So no, I say that relative selling over 1 million units is still like really good.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Like that, no one's, but like it's kind of crazy that like nothing besides like a free to play game has really like blown up from it. Almost like it's maybe not a good strategy. And to your credit, GameBird, maybe it's not a good strategy to like launch games without marketing them.
Yeah.
Like that was the thing. Like, yeah, it sold well for not being marketed, but that's what shadow drops are like. They're not marketed. And that doesn't seem to really work for anything. So it's kind of weird. That being said, obviously how well Prime 4 was will probably help determine that. Like if that sold really well, then maybe interest, because there has been marketing. We can't say there's been no marketing for Prime 4. It's been demoed at the Switch 2 experience. It was demoed at Nintendo's event that they did out in whatever they call that thing. What's the event Nintendo holds every year? the in-person event. They did it in Seattle once.
Yeah.
Whatever that's called. They did that. They did
Nintendo
that.
Live.
Nintendo Live. They did that in Japan. They had it there. They had it demoed in Canada at their Fan Fest. They just didn't do it at PAX West, but they did it at all the other events. And then, obviously they had it featured pretty heavily, and they treated it like a big deal in the Direct, regardless of how the trailer was perceived.
Mhm.
And yeah, there's going to be future trailers and probably a dedicated Direct. This game of all of them needs a dedicated Direct. We don't know that we need another Kirby Direct. It was kind of funny that Sakurai seemed almost shocked that he has to make another one. I don't know if he actually was or if he's just playing it off to be funny, but it would be hilarious to me if that Kirby Direct announcement, when someone edited it in, it was actually supposed to be for the prior Direct that already happened and someone forgot to take it out. It's like headcanon for me that was supposed to be announcing the prior Kirby Direct that already happened, and he's like, "Oh crap, I got to make another one." We'll know if the Kirby Direct doesn't happen until a week before launch. We'll know it was very last minute to put together.
Yeah. I think Sakurai might have something under his sleeve though.
Yeah. I think it's all a play. It's all just a marketing play. Be like, what? I have to make one? Hold on, it's gonna be a while. Please understand. Watch, it a while. It happens next week. Right.
It would be really cool if Nintendo has in the pipeline some sort of Metroid project for cinema. Whether it's an anime series or a movie, something like that, because we've seen time and time again how bringing these IP to the screen could be massive. For
an animated series on Netflix would be sick.
Cyberpunk anime came out, the game sales exploded.
Yeah.
The Witcher live action series came out, Witcher 3 game sales exploded.
Yeah.
The Fallout show came out. Dude, Fallout 76, the most hated Fallout game, sales exploded.
Yeah.
So
I think an animated one on Netflix could go well because Netflix will do its own promotion for it and will literally shove it in everyone's face, which is what did we say Metroid needs? Someone to shove it in your face. Yep. And if they shove the show in your face on Netflix front page over and over for a week, and then people actually give it a chance and they're like, oh, this is really, really good. What the heck is this about? And then people type it in and they realize there's a new game coming out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's brilliant marketing if that was even a plan. Now, I say Netflix just because I know the power of Netflix is self-marketing on their front page. It's very powerful. It gets people to try a lot of stuff they wouldn't have tried out. Obviously, we've seen the show successes with other things, but Fallout was a pretty big IP even before the show, bigger than Metro. So it's one of those things that the IP can be the draw to try the show. And then people try it, they like it, gets rave reviews, starts to jump to starts getting talked about, spread that way. Netflix just kind of makes everything. Netflix is the one that had the Castlevania one, and that one did really well.
Yeah, and Netflix does right when you open up the app, if I'm remembering correctly, where it has top 10 today. It shows you the 10 things that most people are watching, and if a Nintendo property came out on a streaming service that does that top 10, with all the Nintendo fans rushing to watch that stuff day one, it's going to land right there. I think I remember when Mario came to Netflix, it was in the number one spot for a while.
Yeah, it was up there for a while.
I remember. Yeah.
Yeah. And also, because people watch that Castlevania series, this could be a suggestion.
Recommendations too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To that. So I think there's just a really good thing. And I think Nintendo, this is what you should be thinking with your movies and your TV shows is you should be going to where you think it best serves the IP. You went to obviously Illumination for Mario. You thought that best served Mario, but you didn't do that for Zelda. You thought going with Sony and some of their studios was the best direction for Zelda. That's fine. Keep doing that. I think you got to do the best thing for the IP. Don't worry about cinematic universes and all this crap that fans dream about. You worry about doing what's best for each game. I think an animated show for Metroid on Netflix is best thing to advertise Metroid and get your games to maybe pick up. But we'll see. We're obviously talking about hypotheticals of Metroid. We have no idea if this is ever going to happen. What we do know is something that did happen, something that has gotten a lot of talk over the last 24 hours, and that is, did they fix Mario Kart World? Did it happen? Did they actually fix it? And the crazy thing is, so this update, right? There's a whole bunch of stuff in here. They dropped a whole bunch of stuff in here, made a lot of things. You know, they really focused a lot here on the on everything, pretty much like free roam. They added the ability to track your P switches now and your coins you've done. So now you can see how many you've done. Areas you haven't found any yet that there probably is some in. You can now teleport really close to where P switches you already have done. That's really cool. They increased the frequency of the UFOs that appear because that's one of the funnest features of free roam, but it barely ever appeared. Some people haven't even experienced it yet. So now you'll be able to experience that more often. Bunch of stuff there where they made free roam just a bit more enjoyable. I'm not going to say it's something going to make you guys like free roam, but it at least makes it a more enjoyable experience for those that did enjoy it. And one thing that is neat about free roam is you do it between multiplayer matches. And I think that's kind of a neat concept to do it between multiplayer matches. This might actually get you to get something done between multiplayer matches if you're still trying to do some stuff in the free roam. But that's not really the main focus of what people are excited about. They made 3 big changes that people, well, that was one of the big changes, but two other big changes that you care about is one, you can now do knockout mode with your friends online. That's awesome. Don't know why you couldn't do that before. Can do it now. They made it very easy, very simple to join your friends playing knockout mode. I love it. Thank you so much. That's great. They also supposedly, and I've been watching a number of videos today, it does look like, from what I've seen, it's better. I haven't tested it yet myself. Made 3-lap courses in the online matches increase in frequency, which is what people have been demanding ever since Nintendo changed it and made it so the random didn't guarantee a 3-lap course. And I find it funny because I'm seeing mostly positive reactions online to people who have been playing it all day to kind of test out if it's actually fixed. And people seem to be happy. They seem, again, I haven't tested it myself, just videos I've seen. They seem to be, yeah, this is a lot more frequent than it was. You know, I don't know if it's at the frequency they quite want, but it's significantly better to the point that it maybe they'll stop doing private lobbies and actually go back to ranked. That being said, I find it also funny that this update drops. There's a ton of bug fixes as well. They fixed a whole bunch of bugs. But I find it ironic this update drops the day before Crossworlds comes out. Because they do it this now after Crossworlds just did like the throwback commercial talk about how much better than Mario Kart they are. But like, this is hilarious to me because while Nintendo didn't do like a direct shot back, right? They didn't grab, you know, and start insulting Crossworlds. It's kind of like, oh, Crossworlds comes tomorrow. Let's drop the most important update for Mario Kart World yet. Right the day before.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about this? Good move, bad move? Do you think it's fixed? Have you played it?
I played it. So all of my races today have been 3-lap races. So that was surprising. I usually get maybe 2, and I try to play at least 3 knockout and then 3 regular online matches. So all of my matches were 3 laps today. So whatever adjustments they made, they adjusted the hell out of it. So it's definitely there. For me personally, the intermission races, I actually enjoy those. So I know I'm in a very, very small camp to where I love the concept of the game. So whatever, you know, me racing is just me racing. I didn't necessarily care. I do like the change for the UFO to where you can now use that to unlock characters, because I've had this game since launch and I still don't have all the NPCs. Because it's damn near impossible to get it with the camera.
That was a really good change. I wish that change was there at launch. That whole you UFO and NPC, and now you unlock it. I'm like, hell yeah.
Yeah. So I just wish they would have come up with a better way of unlocking characters. So either or, it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, I've been enjoying the game. The lobbies for me were never scarce at all. But I mean, there were a lot of people in today. But like I said, every match that I did today was 3 laps for sure.
Sorry, I had to show this one because it's Mario Kart related.
Right.
You know, did you know if you play Mario Kart World on Switch 2, you only get matched with people who have Mario Kart World on Switch 2? Wild.
But even with that, I'm still excited with Sonic Crossworlds coming out. I'm curious as into what's the release date for the Switch 2 version. Because I think I forget what game it was. I think it was Fantasy Life. We got the Switch version. They were like, oh, you know, the Switch 2 version is going to release at some point in time. And it was literally almost like a week later. So hopefully we get something close to that with Sonic, and it's not too far out, even though the physical is not coming out until next year. So we'll just see what adjustments happen. But based off the demo, it's been great. But nonetheless, I'll still be playing Mario Kart World, and the adjustments they did here, especially with the count of the P switches and the Peach medallions, that was a big adjustment. I had no idea how many I had collected at all, and I had no idea how long I have to go. Like, I'm nowhere close to getting all these P switches and those medallions. I am way off. I got work to do.
Okay. Anyone else have thoughts?
I think it's great for the Mario Kart community, for the people that folks that were upset. I'm happy for you. It's a good win. You know, I've enjoyed the game regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But I do know that was a real sticking point. As far as the timing of it, I mean, you got to say it's perfect timing.
Yeah, I was gonna say it feels kind of intentional. Yeah,
I like that. I like it. Look, hey,
Yeah.
I played Sonic Racing. You know, I played in the beta back in February, and I enjoyed it. I'll be getting a review code for it on Switch 2 when it releases, whenever it's going to be, but this holiday. And you know, I'll be interested to check it out. It's a good game. Obviously, I enjoyed Mario Kart more based on what I had played. However, both good games, and competition is good. We all know this. We talk about it all the time. Talk about with the sports genre, right? We wish there was competition. Well, now we got it. And you know, there were rumors not too long ago about Crash coming out on the next gen consoles with next gen performance patch. So, you know, then you could throw that hat in the ring, and then we already got Garfield card out there. So, you know, bring on more kart racers is the point.
Hell yeah.
Competition's good, man. So I'm happy. And if they did it on purpose, I think that's great, especially after the commercial Sega put out. Like, dude, love it.
Yeah, that made me so
love
happy.
the 90s, you know, like
Oh my
fighting. I
gosh,
love that,
yeah.
dude. The console war, like the OG console war, not the modern day tribalism bullshit.
Yeah,
like
the lame-o war.
Yeah, exactly. The war that doesn't need to be fought. The OG console war, though, was whether you were on one side or the other, or you liked both, which I did. It was very entertaining back then, and it was tasteful in a sense on how they like poked at each other.
We used to hash it out in the schoolyard, man, during recess.
It was clever back then.
Smack.
You know, like Sega had really clever ads, so I appreciate it. Their commercial poking Nintendo, because like, yeah, please poke the bear, man.
Yes.
You do that, we're gonna get a better Mario Kart World. So I'm all for it.
It almost feels like siblings poking each other back in the day. You know, just giving each other shit.
Yeah, it's
Say,
great,
dude.
It was
Getting cracked by frying pans and
but
the 90s console war was the best, man. And I remember being a kid and like kids, you know, a kid coming up to me and being like, Sega's way better. And I loved both. I had the Sega consoles and the Nintendo consoles, but Sega's way better. Nintendo's for kids. Sega's more adult. It's like, yeah, dude, if you think that boogers, farts, and boobs are more adult, it's like the most adolescent things ever that Sega represented.
No, that's funny. We have one other piece of news. This happened sort of during the show a little bit. Nintendo dropped a new mobile game.
Yeah, I saw that.
Just out of nowhere. Just been playing a little bit of it just in the little tutorial area, so I haven't really done a whole lot because I'm in the middle of a show, you know. Nintendo, not the best time to drop a mobile game, but throw them out there. It's like the second Fire Emblem game they dropped. I guess people are liking it so far, so just tossing it out there. I don't know if this is a way to help promote, obviously, the new Fire Emblem coming next year. We know about Fortune's Weave. You know how they like to tie games together like that, so it could be a tie-in there, so we'll see, but kind of cool, I guess. Nintendo's still dropping new mobile games. They haven't dropped a new one in a while, so
yeah.
Hell yeah. I've got it downloaded right here. I haven't played it yet, but
Yeah,
I'm
I'll
excited to
play it
check
a
it
little
out.
bit. I'm sure it's fun. I like Fire Emblem, and the last one they had on mobile I thought was pretty good. So
This one's supposed to be Fire Emblem with a deduction element to
yeah,
it.
something like that. Yeah.
So it's interesting. I don't really play cell phone games, but it's a Nintendo IP that I love and care about. So, like I have with the previous Nintendo cell phone games, it's worth a download and check it out for a couple hours. Who knows? Maybe this will be the one that hooks me.
Yeah, I
Hasn't
thought
happened
Heroes
yet,
was fine. Heroes was fine. The last Fire Emblem one they did, I thought that one was fine. I didn't stick with it for more than a month, but it was fine. And then I just, the gotcha stuff got a little old for me. But then, I thought Pocket Camp, that was really good. They did a really good job with Animal Crossing Pocket Camp. So, I think this is all obviously just related to get Fire Emblem running in people's minds, get people playing the game, get ready to use a little cross between this game and the Switch 2 one for promotion purposes. Just like they did with Tour,
Kind of get that fire started.
Yeah, there it is. All right. I don't really have to talk much about it because we haven't even touched the thing, but it was kind of crazy because again, Shadow Drop, no real hype, just here it is. Of course, mobile games can sometimes get away with that, but it's a little different on the mobile space than console. All right. Probably move on to another topic. I could bring up a billion other news stories, but I think that's pretty good. So next topic is what? Let's go back to Zelda.
That's me.
Let's go back and forth. Go back to Zelda.
Yeah, that's gonna be me. So Zelda. That's what it says in the topic.
You guys want to see some new
I had
footage?
to say it. We're gonna talk. Pull it up. We're gonna be talking now.
TGS.
Yeah.
Nice.
You got GameSpot right here. 5 minutes.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
We'll just play
We're
it.
gonna be talk.
This game's gonna hit the spot for sure.
All right, let's let the guy's topic talk now.
We're going to be talking now about Age of Imprisonment. As you can see, we got a bunch of new footage, and we're a bit over a month away from the game's release. So, how are we feeling about it? And do we have any theories or ideas of what might be going on with the game or the story for that matter? Let's talk first with our chief Zelda analyst, SkySwordsAlisa.
I don't know that I'd go that far, but
you're our CZA at Nintenbyte Podcast.
Awesome. So when this game was revealed, I was so hyped. It showed the art of the Zonai Raru on the thing, and I remember reacting to it. I was just freaked out. I was like, I don't know what this is. And then it started pan to Zelda walking. I'm like, oh my god, we're gonna go through Zelda's what she went through in Tears of the Kingdom, where we only saw glimpses of it. So I was immediately really excited for this. But I noticed in the last two trailers that we got, there was that weird boss enemy that had kind of water and purple and was moving his arms around or whatever. And I was like, who is that? What is that? And then we got the second one, and we saw it again a little bit more. And I'm kind of wondering if it gave me Muktarok vibes. So I'm wondering if the bosses from Tears of the Kingdom will be present in this game, but they'll be way different looking and more powerful because Ganondorf is at his full form at this point. In Tears of the Kingdom, he was still recovering, so maybe he couldn't bring them back to their full potential. But they could still do what they needed to do. They still brought distraught to Hyrule with the muck and then the sandstorm, the wind, all the snow and everything. So that's something that I had been thinking about, was the bosses like that. I could probably keep going, but I don't know if anybody else wants to go at all.
Yeah, let's see Action Jack.
So
how are you feeling about this one?
Seeing this game, warrior games in general, I always look for how they run. They're not always the most smoothest running games. So I'm always interested to see how they turn out. But from what we've seen footage wise, this looks like a top tier smooth game. They took their time. I love the story aspect of it. The attacks and the fighting look smooth in themselves. With the combos, if you play warrior games before, you know what you're getting. But I always want to see what else they can add into these games when they go and get, a Zelda or a One Piece, opposed to just saying, hey, here's 1,000 enemies on the screen, fight. This one looks like it might have a little extra sauce in there, and I'm curious as into what all we can do within this game and what moves and what type of weapons we can use. Look after playing Tears of the Kingdom and seeing how you could put anything together and just kind of build your own your robots or even your own Gundams at this point in time. I wonder if that element could be put into this game. But yeah, I'm excited. I like the way it looks. It looks like it can be a great time, and then seeing even attacks like this, this just looks amazing. So this is I'm glad it's coming out sooner than I thought, because I thought this was going to get pushed back to January. So to see it's coming out in November is a huge surprise, but definitely looking forward to playing this.
Hell yeah. Let's go to Eric. Eric, you're not the biggest Zelda fan on the podcast, so a game like Zelda Warriors, does this do anything for you? Is this exciting? Did you play the other ones? How do you feel with this game, and do you have any expectations or theories or hopes for it?
Yeah, no, I mean, I played the last one. It was a lot of fun. I like Warriors games, so the crossover is always welcome. It's just going to be interesting to see kind of, what aspects of oh Lord, Tears of the Kingdom they actually bring into this, and how the game plays versus a normal, Warriors game. Because looking at the trailer here, it looks like it's not really, like I said, there's not just hordes of armies on the field there. It looks like it's slightly different than a normal, Warriors game. So that'll be interesting to see how it kind of plays out that way. I know one aspect that I, didn't quite like of the last one was that, the story didn't feel, it felt like you could jump around a lot. So I didn't quite feel like I got the story like in nice order. So I would like to try to get that, where I didn't know which one to necessarily do what thing to do next, what to not do next, to just get the story in order type of thing. So that one, that'd be one thing I'd like to see kind of in this game. You can play this one. This one's kind of a side thing. It's not going to really have, story elements in it. You can go play it, but here's your main story quest and things like that. That I don't know if that was exactly what, the last one was, but for me, it felt like it was a little bit confusing in that sense.
What felt confusing again? Which was
Just
the last eight Hyrule Warriors, or the last?
Yeah, the last Hyrule Warriors.
So the last Hyrule Warriors also didn't matter. Like, it wasn't canonical story because it had a timeline split right away.
Fair enough.
And that split made everything you did in that game didn't matter for Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Do you guys, I can't remember, but I feel like we did talk about this on the show shortly after Switch 2 came out. And we're going to go to ThunderStash next, but I did want to ask this just in case anyone in the audience is unsure. Was there any performance enhancements with Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity on Switch 2? As opposed to...
Actually,
I don't think an official one, but I did go back and I did play through it, and it ran good. I can't really, I didn't compare it to running it on Switch, but I don't remember it being like significantly like, dip.
Okay.
Dip,
Yeah, I just want to check.
It looked nice, at least. Like the resolution did look better.
Right. Yeah, I just wanted to double check, because this might be one that like people in the audience, maybe they didn't get around to playing. Maybe you want to pick it up and give it a shot before this one comes out. I know it's going to be, it's not a connected story. Like Nate said, the first was not canonical. It is kind of a multiverse time altering storyline, but still a fun game nevertheless. But anyways, that's not neither here nor there. Stash Man, what are your thoughts on this one? And we could dive more. I know none of us have really gone into like theories or anything, so we could revisit that after we all give initial thoughts. But what are your thoughts on this game? Are you excited for it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, very excited. But as it always goes, I it's the same thing every time, man. I only need to see it once. I don't need to see more, and I prefer to not see more.
Yeah.
I want to experience it for myself. It's like when movie trailers come out, I don't need to see the third and fourth and final trailer.
Right.
I already know what's going to happen now. You've taken the fun out of it.
Sure.
I could have guessed what was going to happen off the first trailer. I'm probably going to be right. So that's the thing, is that for me, less is more, right? I know what's coming. I saw the performance. I'm happy about that. That's great. I don't need to see anything else. So I have avoided deep diving. I've seen videos where people deep dive. I appreciate the hustle. Just not interested. I'm going to be there day one. I'll be enjoying it with everybody. If I'm lucky, maybe I'll be there early. But that's it, right? That's where I'm at with it. I'm very excited for it. So,
dude, I 100% feel you, especially when it comes to Zelda. It's like a weird fine line,
especially with Zelda,
to walk. And I'm sure this one's tough for you too, Nate. Unless I know some people don't care about spoilers, but like, anytime there's like leaks that happen, you know, especially when it's Zelda, like I try very hard to not, especially when people are like, oh, this is huge. It's like, oh God, I don't want to know. I want to know when I play it. So, but at the same time,
that this podcast started after Tears of the Kingdom already came out, because it's literally what my channel is built on, is doing exactly the thing. It's what I love the most. I want to deep dive all over this shit all the time. I want every.
Well, we will. It comes with the job. You know, I have to accept
the podcast.
That.
Obviously, you know, we got to have the discussions when we got to have it, when major things are going on. Obviously, we know Zelda fans out there, they like the deep theories and stuff. We got to do it, but I understand.
However,
when you see my Age of Imprisonment video drop tomorrow with 20 minutes of footage, maybe don't watch it.
If anything that's like major plot twist related or ending spoilers,
I don't do that. We don't.
Okay. Yeah.
No. I have a limit. Anything that's official, you can obviously talk about because it's official media that they're using to advertise the game. They're not going to spoil the ending or the plot twist. At least you hope not.
You say that, Nate. But I saw the backlash with DK Bonanza.
Yeah.
I saw what you did, you son of a bitch.
Anyways. I cover the leaks and stuff for it, but like I have limits to it. Like if it's major story stuff, if I do decide to cover it, because I'm going to see all of it, I make sure I'm heavily spoiler warned, and I'll never talk about it on the podcast because I don't think that's ever fair to bring that up. If it's like leaked stuff that wasn't from official media. But also I have this policy, and I have this all Switch generation, and it applies here. If the game ever leaks online, I stop covering anything about the game because the whole game's out there. Then there's no mystery left. So I like what's fun about covering Zelda is no matter how much information you get from Nintendo, or even like leaked screenshots or footage that gets out there before it should, or whatever, or people that got to play private hands-on demos but can't record footage but can talk about it. No matter how much information gets out there about Zelda, it really, I've noticed once the game comes out, they talked about like 2% of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if that,
no matter how deep dive you go into it, you barely know anything, is what you end up finding out when the games come out.
Totally.
So that's what makes it really fun too, is like now that I know that, covering Breath of the Wild, covering Tears of the Kingdom, those are the ones I covered on my YouTube channel. It's like, okay, yeah, they really, even when stuff leaks, you're really not, you're seeing such a small slice of the game. It actually makes it more fun to talk about because then you're really trying to figure stuff out. I don't know. I grew up doing Zelda theory, so like this is like what I do. It's like the heart of my channel. If I could just cover Zelda nonstop all the time, I would. But Zelda doesn't. That's not the only thing that I like from Nintendo. So I gotta cover.
I'll still turn your video on, and I'll like it and I'll let it run. I do that for everybody that But if it's something that's spoiler, I might watch it a little bit, but I'll be like super cautious. And if I hear something, I'm like, mute and walk away.
Yeah. No, I hear you on that. Like spoiler wise, I try to warn, but like everyone's got their own definition on what spoilers are. To me, if it's story stuff, okay, spoiler. But if it's like gameplay, like we just saw now, like we just saw gameplay, it looked really cool. We didn't hear what they were saying because they said all the story's canonical again. It was just confirmed it was canon, but we didn't hear anything really about the story. Okay, the only thing we really got spoiled there is what they go to the depths. Okay, we did that in Tears of the Kingdom. Does that really feel like a big spoiler that exists in the game? I don't really think that's a big spoiler. That should be expected. All the enemies we saw, they're all enemies we saw from Tears of the Kingdom, right? That's what we were expecting. So to me, there really wasn't a whole lot spoiled in that footage beyond, oh, cool, we saw what some of the combat stuff is, but like we would have saw that anyways. This is a public demo. Like they want this to be out there. Like the information that's in this demo is meant to be known. So, you know, it's stuff like that. I generally feel doesn't tend to be too spoilery. I will note Nintendo does. There's one franchise they get really spoilery with story when they're marketing, and it's Xenoblade. My gosh, do they deep dive Xenoblade like crazy and give you like so much story stuff that it does feel like a spoiler. But they don't tend to do that with Zelda, and I think it's because Zelda tends to not be as in-depth story-wise. Just kind of is what it is. Much as I love the stories, they're very. You think about the story of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, they're not like super in-depth.
They're story light, but I think it would be a safe bet to speculate. You know, and we're off topic now, but I think it would be a safe bet to speculate that at some point we're gonna get a Zelda that's the heaviest narrative we've ever gotten. That's very story driven. Because here's the thing. For a lot of people, Zelda was feeling too formulaic and feeling stale and just lacking innovation. Obviously, there was still innovation in the series. And what made Breath of the Wild very special was it flipped the table of what it means to be a Zelda game. You know, it reinvented itself. But we've gotten two games that are very similar. Nintendo's not going to want to keep making Breath of the Wild like Zeldas because that innovation is going to lose itself. It's going to start to feel formulaic again. It's going to start to feel less exciting. I think they found that trap as they were trying to chase the success of Ocarina of Time over and over and over and over again. So, you know, we've never gotten a Zelda that's super narrative driven. And I think there's a way for them to do that where they don't have to sacrifice freedom. You could argue that Skyward Sword is, but there's still room. There's a lot of room for more.
Yeah,
you know, and Skyward Sword didn't have the voice acting, which,
there's no voice acting.
You know, adds a lot of depth and emotion. And I think there's voice acting is an area where maybe, you know, I don't want to offend anyone, but probably an area where they could do a little bit of improving. Not that the voice acting is bad in Breath of the Wild, but I do think it could be stronger, especially if they went for a heavier story. But anyway, let's get back to the topic. No, they're great. They're great. But let's get back to the topic, though. Nate, Hyrule Warriors: Age of Imprisonment. What are your thoughts right now? How are you feeling about this one? Where's your hype at? If there's any hype at all, what are we thinking?
My most anticipated game of the year. It's been that way since it was announced.
Oh wow!
I really enjoyed all the Hyrule Warriors games so far. We technically had 3, although one was like a re-release with Hyrule Warriors Legends, and then they brought it back again on Switch, you know, and all that. Because I played originally the OG Hyrule Warriors back on Wii U. But I really enjoyed the original Hyrule Warriors, which is a completely different thing than the last 2 because it's its own thing, its own story. It brings all the different worlds together. And it was really fun. And I really enjoyed that story. It had Linkle that they added with the Legends version. Link's sister, you know. I guess we just forget Link used to already have a sister. We could have just reused her. No, we got to use Linkle. All right, cool. But it was really fun, and I really enjoyed that story. And it was kind of wild because, like, you know, the main enemy in the game, I know in the end it ends up being Ganon and Ganondorf, but the one throughout most of the story is like a super sexy anime character that splits into 2, into Lana and Sia, and you're just like, and she wants to bone Link, and that's like the premise of the story. Because Link won't. It's hilarious. This is not a story Nintendo would ever do. What? No, it's really a story Nintendo would never do. The main enemy named Sia the whole reason this is happening is because she's pissed off that Link doesn't want to be with her in that way. And
There you go.
Like, what is happening? Like, this is wild. Like, Nintendo approved this story. Of course, Nintendo had nothing to do with the written story. It was all done by KT Koei Tecmo, but totally a story they would do, but not a story Nintendo. But Nintendo okayed it, so I'm like, okay, cool. Nintendo's just cool with this. Then we got so that game was a lot of fun. Tons of content, and the DLC for that was really jam packed. And just a really great experience for a lot of people who played Warriors for the first time that were Nintendo fans. Then they did Age of Calamity, and I really enjoyed Age of Calamity. What sucks about it is I do think it's canon, but the problem with it being canon is that it's a timeline split, and the thing that leads to Breath of the Wild happens right away in the game. So everything that happens with that split, they're probably never going to follow that with another game because, spoiler warning, I don't know. This game's been out forever. The champions are alive at the end of Age of Calamity. That's the big, and they're not alive, as we know, heading into Breath of the Wild. So that literally is like the big story element that got quote unquote changed, but it didn't because there was a timeline split. So it's like an alternate timeline where they survive. And then it's like, okay, well, we're never going to get an alternate Breath of the Wild where they're alive. But that's just not going to happen. So, and by the way, I'm not saying I even want that to happen right now. Maybe 20 years from now, revisit. But like, no, we got to get away from this Hyrule and these set of characters for a while. But I do think that it was a really fun game. Obviously, it made the Breath of the Wild art style look better than ever. But, it had its performance issues here and there. And yes, it does run better on Switch 2. And I just to check my brain, I double checked by, the old Google searches out there, and everyone says, yeah, it runs at a stable 30 FPS. It never did that on Switch. That's like the biggest change is it runs at stable 30. I know you guys want it to be 60, but that requires a patch. It was never unlocked to have 60. So it would be nice if they would just unlock the frame rate to allow that to happen, but it is what it is. This game, Age of Imprisonment, one thing that stood out right away, two things that stood out right away. One, oh my gosh, I thought the visuals looked good in Age of Calamity. This is the best looking this art style has not looked again. The visuals are, we just watched all this footage from GameSpot. It looks so good. Holy crud. Like, it really lets you know that, like, as incredible as these games look like on Switch, yeah, they could have looked even better. Like, these things that we eat, like just from perspective, I've watched people play it in like 4K with texture packs and stuff on PC, and I thought that looked really good. This looked better than that. And I'm like, okay. I'm not saying I want another game with this art style, but I am saying that I wouldn't mind another game with this art style. This is a really good art style that I'm now just seeing the full potential of. But whatever. That's what Age of Imprisonment is. It's giving me that. And then also the fact that right off the bat, and it's repeated in the press release, they say it in the trailer, and they've said it ever since, and now it's said at the beginning of the GameSpot video, this is a canonical story. This is not a debatable thing. This is not a timeline. This is literally what happened when Zelda went to the past in Tears of the Kingdom. And the fact that we were already seeing stuff happen in the depths, none of that was in those cutscenes from Tears of the Kingdom, right? This is new stuff that we didn't know happened back then with her, because all the stuff we got in Tears of the Kingdom, all those cutscenes, there's a lot of missing stuff. Like, it just jumps around, and it's very clear Zelda was back in time for a while, trying to figure out how to get back or how to help Link or how to restore the Master Sword. And we just don't know a lot of what happened. We just know that she was warned about not swallowing the thing, and that's fine. But it's crazy to me that this is going to actually be canon, and it was obviously made, the story, again, written by the people who made the story for Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. Of course, they wrote the story for Age of Calamity. We all know that one didn't go the way we thought it would go, but this one, they never, by the way, confirmed Age of Calamity was canonical. All they ever said is this is the only story that will take place during this time before Breath of the Wild. And you can see in an interview, Aonuma was asked if it was canonical, and he just said, I'll leave it up to your imagination. They're not leaving it up to imagination. They're straight up using it for the marketing of this game. Like, hey, you love Tears of the Kingdom. You want to play this. This is going to explain a lot of things you didn't know. So I expect there to be a pretty heavy story emphasis, which there can be in some of the Warrior games at times. So I think that's going to be great. We'll talk about theories around what might happen and all that later. But I'm just excited. This game looks incredible. It does look a little different now that I've seen some gameplay beyond the trailer, because the trailer kind of still showed like big armies like you're used to in Warrior games. The new footage that they got to play at TGS looks like, yeah, there's still obviously, enemies, but a heavier focus on more like what Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild are really like, where, yeah, you fight a swath of enemies, but it's not hundreds at once. A lot more emphasis on the bigger enemies, and some of them looked more powerful and harder to beat. That, like when they were fighting the Frog, that looked way more difficult than when I fight the Frog in Tears of the Kingdom, and that's good to me. As like SkySwordsAlisa was alluding, this is Ganon at the height of his power. He's not at the height of his power in Tears of the Kingdom. He is at the height of his power back then. So this is really interesting to see. We've never experienced a time period in Zelda where Ganon/Ganondorf is at the absolute peak of power. It's never we've never, the imprisoning Mohr, not this one, but a different imprisoning Mohr from Zelda's lore. We've always wanted to visit it, and we never got to. This is a completely different one, but both of them are at the height of the bad guy's power, and I'm very excited to see what they do with that, because it was cool to hear about it in Tears of the Kingdom, but we never experienced it. We just kind of know what happened. Like, we sort of know how this game's going to end, because we know, how Ganondorf got sealed and everything. But what we don't know is, like, from that period to when Zelda did what she did to become the dragon, there's stuff that happened in between there too that we don't know about. Zelda didn't just instantly become the dragon the moment he got sealed. She had to think about it. There was a process. She didn't know if that's the best way to do it. She's trying to figure this all out, talking to Minoru. So there's just so much that I'm stupidly excited for this. And unlike Ocarina of Time, I don't have to worry about remembering the ending of Tears of the Kingdom. I got it. So let's see how this one works out.
Hell yeah.
Dude,
yeah. So guys, I'm extremely excited for this game. You all know Zelda's my favorite series of all time. I'm also a big Warriors fan. I've been playing since way back in the day. I think my first Dynasty Warriors game was Dynasty Warriors 2 way back. I've been a fan of the series, for better or for worse, ever since. The series has had some highs and some lows for sure. But one thing that's really cool is how this series has, more frequently begun to do crossovers with really cool and unique IPs. Nintendo being the most exciting one for me as a diehard Nintendo fan, getting to see Zelda and Fire Emblem, and hopefully someday a Mushroom Kingdoms Warriors game would be really, really cool, or even a Nintendo Warriors where they just bring all the franchise, do like the Smash Bros thing, but in Dynasty Warriors. Worlds collide would be really, really cool. But I'm extremely excited for this game. Right off the bat, my favorite Nintendo Warriors game is actually the first Hyrule Warriors. That's my favorite one. I think in a lot of ways, Age of Calamity is a better game. But one of the things that I really, really love about the Warriors games is how many characters, how many unique and diverse characters exist in these games. And what they did with the first one was like peak, bringing in everything, like having Epona in there and Tingle and all these different characters across all the different races as a full love letter to the series. I hope someday we get another Hyrule Warriors like that. It's one thing that bums me out on this one is that, as far as like unique cast of characters to play as, this one looks a little bit more limited, which is cool because it looks like this game is going to be the best performing in the series, the best looking in the series, and probably is going to have the best and most interesting story in the series of these Zelda Hyrule games. So that it's not a worry. It's a little nitpick. That being said, we don't know if Ganondorf is going to be a playable character or some of his army of darkness is going to be playable. That is something that happens all the time in the Warriors games where you get to play. You finish the main story and then it opens up the enemy faction story. They even did this with the first Hyrule Warriors. You finish all the good character stories and you'll know Ganondorf. So I really hope we get to play as Ganondorf in his prime in this game. And some of his army characters would be just a lot of fun, stirring up chaos around Hyrule. Love it. Dig it. And then another massive win is, I've complained about this before. My biggest gripe with Age of Calamity is the Divine Beast missions. They're cool the first time, but having to do those over and over again, I'm like, man, I just want to be on foot as these characters that I love. I'm a little bit burnt on these little mech missions that are super repetitive and a bit clunky and slower. So that's a huge win for me. I think whatever they're doing with this construct that it shows Zelda mounting with the different abilities looks a lot more fun, a lot faster, and doesn't look like it interrupts the mission in a way that's going to feel tedious later on. I think the characters look really fun to play. Some of the action looks just really like flashy and fun. I'm really curious to see what they're going to do with some of the building mechanics. Obviously, we see the construct stuff in some of the combos, but I got to imagine these games have done a really good job at pulling from the Zelda series and adding mechanics. I have to imagine there's going to be some sort of building thing that takes place in this game. And that's really exciting to me to think about how they'd incorporate it in a Warriors game. Something funny, Nathan?
Every time at this point in the show, I always look over and Stash is snacking. No, it's like a podcast at this point. And I'm sitting there like, damn, I want a snack. And then I realized you were down here last night during my live stream and took all my snacks. So I don't have anything left to snack.
Look at that.
He's hitting the trails.
Yep. But he put M&Ms in. Yep.
You guys can see the population of
M&Ms,
species in there.
Oh, wow.
It's like
Yeah, I went
mostly
ham.
chocolate. It's mostly chocolate. That's like, that's with your chocolate.
I think it's really cool that we're getting the depths in this game. Almost said the dark world. And I do feel like there's going to be a difference in gameplay. I don't know. Maybe they incorporate a little bit more puzzle elements and dungeon elements in this game. I think that would be really, really cool. One thing that Tears of the Kingdom does much better than Breath of the Wild is there's more enemy variety. So I think that's going to be another really great thing that we see in this version. And yeah, I'm just really excited. I can't wait to get my hands on it. Watching that new footage and knowing that there is some sort of a performance enhancement, I'm almost tempted to go back to Age of Calamity just to like take it for another spin, just to get my body ready for Age of Imprisonment. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling it, guys. And with that out of the way, we're going to get on to a little bit of theories. And I want to start it off with, well, first, my biggest theory, and I think the theory that's the most sound, is that I have a very strong theory that this game's story is going to lead to the events that happened in Tears of the Kingdom.
It's bold.
Very bold.
So, guys, everyone in the audience, clip this, timestamp, and clip this. And I want to revisit this exact moment later this year.
I might clip that moment just to put it on like a short or something.
Yeah,
that was hilarious.
Yeah, can we please clip it, please, somebody?
Yeah.
Anyways,
I'll do it with the Twitch channel.
And then I don't have a theory for this, but I just want to point it out because I think it's one of you know when someone dangles a little mystery in your face and it's really exciting because you wonder about all the possibilities. We've gotten that with this game. I don't know if you guys are all thinking what I'm thinking, but there's a construct that was featured in the last trailer. It's like a construct version of Link. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It was in the last trailer.
Yeah, that's something I didn't want to see. That right there. That's what I'm talking about. Prime example, though.
Yeah, it's a prime example. No, I understand that because that would be a what the F moment.
Yeah, it's in the box.
The game. So I 100% get that.
On the box,
but the fact that it has been shown to us and it's in the key art too, which is interesting.
Very prominently featured.
Yeah,
I mean, it's clearly it's Link, but it's not Link. It's obviously Link. It's in his image, but just from the little glimpse we saw it, some of the capabilities and the different forms, it's almost like a transformer. If you guys catch the footage,
and if you look at the key art, there's a little nod to the OG Hyrule Warriors in there. He's got the scarf.
Oh, he's got the scarf. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, little nod
Very
in there.
cool. So I just wanted to mention that. Obviously, I think it's going to have something to do with Link at some capacity. But really cool. Like that is an exciting nugget. I'm glad that they only showed a very small tease of that, and there's no reason to the rhyme yet.
Yeah.
You know, we're gonna find that out for ourselves. But
even the playable demo, like we just saw, there was no footage of that version of the construct or whatever doing anything. It was just the Minoru construct. So I do find that interesting. Yeah, that's probably one of the biggest mysteries right now. Is like we know factually Link is not there. We know that, and we probably would assume that it would be Princess Zelda that would probably want to build the construct of Link. I assume, but why? What's the purpose? What's it for? Was it originally built to try to restore the Master Sword? What is this point of existing when we know that Minoru does construct stuff? Like, why do we have to have one that looks like Link? Was there a reason? Was it an attempt to fool Ganondorf? Because they talked to Ganondorf back then. They mentioned Link's name to Ganondorf back then. We saw it in the cutscenes. So were they trying to fool him by thinking Link's here now? He's here with us right now, here to stop you, kind of thing. Like, is he a dummy to try to distract? I have no idea. Obviously, we saw that he shapeshifts into look, but I think that's just like the constructs doing construct things, you know?
yeah, still cool.
Dude, the in-air fight when they're fighting the Gleeok midair. Oh my god, that was so badass. That's so much more badass than any of the in-air fighting I can do against the Gleeoks and Tears of the Kingdom. Like, that was so badass. I'm like, dude, this is sick. I feel like I'm a fighter jet up there. This is awesome.
Yeah, Ace Combat Zelda crossovers.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Do you guys? Are they still making Ace Combat games?
I think
so. There's a lot
Yeah.
of really.
Yeah.
That's wild. Some of those are.
They're very good. They've came a long way. The most recent one
stories are
was
good
awesome.
too.
It had Top Gun DLC.
Yeah, of course it did. Yeah,
from Top Gun Maverick. I'm like, that's badass.
Yeah.
I have it downloaded. I'm so glad you brought it up. I have it downloaded on PS5 to play on the projector. Because I'm like, dude, this would be really cool, right? That's a great game to do it on. But
to go with it.
Yeah, Ace Combat's on Switch. I got a very good port on Switch 1, and I would not be surprised if we saw a Switch 2 edition of it.
Yeah, that's what, 7, right? Ace Combat 7?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't played it, but I've always meant to. I used to love the Ace Combat games. I mean, the thing is, what was it? I mean, my favorite fighting game like that was like gosh, it was on Xbox.
Crimson Skies.
No. Crimson Skies, yeah. God, that game's so good. That game is so good.
I know it is.
It like legitimately is a really, like, even today, I want that like remade. The game is so good.
They should. It was a really good game.
Anyways, all right, getting back to Zelda theories for this game.
I didn't even get to pitch my Ace Wombat.
No,
Ace Wombat.
You pitched your theory. Your theory is that it leads to the events of Tears of the Kingdom. We got it.
Fair enough. Clip it, folks.
I'm going to be clipping it. Don't worry about it. SkySwordsAlisa.
Well, I kind of went off about the bosses before already, so that was one of the theories that I have. Another one is, I'm wondering if we're gonna learn where Farish, Nadra, and Dinral originated from. Like, if we'll see, like, I heard a theory that maybe the Korok ends up being Farish potentially, so I don't know, but I always wondered that, like, when we found out what happens when they swallow the secret stones that they turn into a dragon, I was like, oh, well, you know, it sounds like Nadra, Din, and Faror for the dragon, so it's like, well, maybe we'll see who they are in this one. And then also in one of the cutscenes in Tears of the Kingdom, you can see Kotake and Koeme with Ganondorf, so maybe we'll get a little bit of background on them.
Yeah.
I am really curious about that little Korok, though. I don't know if he's just a random Korok or if he's maybe he's little baby Hestu, because who knows how long they live for, or maybe he's like Hestu's great grandfather.
When you think about the secret stones too, like
Yeah.
in Tears of the Kingdom, there's basically the one that Zelda grabs it when we know who that one is. That's Raru's technically. And then that's it. Then there's just the one that Ganondorf obviously still has on him. That's all that's around really. So yeah, we know when you go to the cutscenes, all of those sages or whatever they called them all had one. So those had to have gone somewhere. The dragons make the most obvious. That's where they went. But like, who became dragons? And is that what happened? No, because we know that, like, you know, some stuff that happened to them. I guess I won't spoil anything because we're going to find out even more detail on that. But so I'm very curious, like, where those stones went and who took them and who became the dragons. The Korok one's a nice theory because obviously forest area, yada yada. Usually there's a sage, something like that. So because it is like, it does seem pretty obvious that that's where the dragons came from, which I find interesting because obviously the dragons were also in Breath of the Wild, guys. So this stuff predates Breath of the Wild in terms of what happened in the past. So I'm also curious, like, you talk about, I bet you, yeah, the events in this led to the events of Tears of the Kingdom. Technically, the events in this also led to Breath of the Wild. So, like, there could be some crazy stuff going on here that possibly could explain some of the story gap bullshit between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom as well. Because there's some weird things, like they're a direct sequel, but like a lot of things aren't really explained to me or make sense. And maybe this game will do that. That's pretty exciting. As for like any direct theories I have, I don't have anything quite yet. I need a little bit more information, but there's some stuff that are piquing my curiosity. You know who we haven't brought up yet? How about Queen Sonia? She's a big part of this story because we know what happens to her, and it's a very sad ending. And I think it's going to feel even more impactful when we play this game because we're going to probably get very connected to her because her and Zelda had a very special relationship that we only saw little bits of, and now we get to actually experience that growth in the relationship. And it's going to make it just such a more impactful moment when that happens. I'm actually really looking forward to that aspect of the story because it already was like, oh, damn, dude, they're just killing people straight up right here in the game. Like, we're not used to Zelda really doing that. The series, they usually avoid going that far. It's always like implied, but you don't see it. No, it's okay. And it already felt sad when it happened. Now imagine what it's going to feel like when we're actually emotionally connected to Queen Sonia because she's probably this is the first king, queen of Irish, but the original badass. You know, it's going to be, I think it's going to be a rough emotional moment, and I'm here for it, dude. Make me cry. I want to cry. I want to feel it. Anyone else have some theories?
I'm just interested to see how many characters we have to fight with.
Sure.
And who all we get to fight with.
Yeah. On the Mohr games.
Because the Korok seeds, like, I was like, okay, we're going to fight as a Korok seed. All right, sure.
That'd be hilarious. What's the seed doing? Don't worry, I'm a little piece of shit that came out the Korok. I'm going to kick your ass. Don't worry about it. Yeah. I'd ask Stash if he has got any theories, but he's very, very clear he's not the kind of guy that wants to theorize a whole lot about it. And by the way, we don't know. By the way, these theories, it's not like we came up with anything wild or crazy. We kind of talked about what we're looking forward to getting to know more about rather than like specific stuff because there just isn't right now story-wise. There just isn't a lot they put out there.
GameBird's was extremely out there.
Yeah, GameBird's way out there. I mean, by the way, the idea of playing, as Ganondorf and the other side, like that's a total Hyrule Warriors thing. Like that's what they do. So there is a high chance that like you'll have your main story, you get to the end, and then you'll be able to replay as the bad guys. Which will be curious if it gives you an alternate ending or if it still has the same ending regardless. Because then people are going to debate over, is this really canon because he wins on the end? Okay, come on. The first time you played through, that was probably the canonical story. This is a for fun, evil perspective, alternate, hey, what if the bad guy wins kind of thing. Okay, we can probably then move on to the last topic, Tokyo Game Show. Whose topic was that?
Yeah, that'd be me.
Oh boy, there's a lot in this one.
Yeah, there is. So Tokyo Game Show news is already in full session. We have seen new trailers for Octopath Traveler 0, The Adventures of Elliot, and even a new remake announcements such as Yakuza Kiwami 3 coming to Switch 2 in next February.
English voice acting.
Yeah, Yakuza Palooza.
Hell yeah.
Full effect, baby.
We also have confirmation from Square Enix in a new trailer for Resident Evil Requiem that for the first time ever, there will be a playable demo of the game on Switch 2 on the show floor tomorrow. As in Thursday tomorrow, or as in...
No, yeah, I mean, it's
yeah.
already
I was
here.
gonna say
It's already here in
I was gonna
Japan.
say, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
At the time I wrote it, it wasn't Thursday quite yet, but
yeah. Okay.
I think Xbox's conference is in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
For us. So yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yep.
Right. In addition, an extended trailer for Monster Hunter 3 Stories dropped. Capcom had more to with an extended trailer for the Mega Man Star Force Legacy Collection. Free updates to the Ace Attorney trilogy is coming for the Switch 2 as well. Demi and the Fractured Dream was revealed for Switch and Switch 2 by Annapurna Interactive and Yarn Owl. Of course, this is what's just been announced so far, and as always, Tokyo Game Show is happening all week. There could be more announcements moving forward. That said, let's give some predictions, if you have any, for the show, and what are our thoughts on what's already been mentioned?
I'm gonna go to Stash. I know he's been really on top of this Tokyo Game Show stuff. Hence him knowing the Xbox thing's in 10 minutes. I forgot it was in 10 minutes, to be honest.
Okay, so we kind of look here. Obviously, we got a lot of news last night.
Yeah, tons
That
of
was
it.
a big deal.
My whole video today, there was so much.
I saw that. Yeah. And these are games that I think we're all excited about. Octopath, Elliot. I loved Elliot. Yakuza. Again, Yakuza Palooza, full effect this year. We're getting so much Yakuza. It's crazy. GameBird, are you getting Yakuza?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm buying. I'm double
November?
dipping. I'm double dipping every Yakuza on Switch 2.
I thought
All
so.
of them. I am so excited. Especially 3 is really cool because it's one of the ones that just like it did not age well. So excuse me. So to get a Kiwami of 3 with added content is massive. Yeah. This is awesome. We're gonna have one of the coolest and most fun series that's really grown and evolved. And like, dude, Nintendo fans, the most recent Yakuza game, just to put in perspective, has Pokemon like mechanics, Animal Crossing like mechanics, really, really cool stuff. So
yeah,
like this is a series
like a all game. There's so many different gameplay elements in there. They're really amazing. So hopefully it sells well, right? And we continue to get them all, because I do believe that's the plan. We've talked about this. All of us, I think, believe that's the game plan. We're just going to get a lot of Yakuza, which is great. So yeah, some good stuff already announced. Of course, we had the state of play today. Now, was there anything that, Nate, did you stream that?
The state of play, yeah.
Was there anything announced at the state of play that is also coming to Switch 2?
I believe it was just the the Deus Ex remaster is coming. And it's coming to, it says to Switch. It doesn't even say Switch 2. It's weird because it's not coming to PS4. So I don't really know what's up with that. There'll probably be a Switch 2 version, I assume.
Yeah.
Anything else they showed in there was already like Sonic Crossroads and stuff that was already announced for Switch 2. So
okay. All right. So opening ceremony was at 2:30. Akiba Lost was at 6. And then 3 a.m. Okay, Xbox isn't in 10 minutes, I don't think. I take that back. 3 a.m. Pacific time.
okay, yeah, it's a ways away still.
Yeah, so it's in 6 hours.
Yeah, it'd be 5 a.m. my time. Yeah.
But that's really where I want to start, anyways, is Xbox. Like I want to kind of ask what you guys think, right? Because like at the State of Play, I think they got Flight Simulator.
Yeah.
It's funny, it's Flight Simulator 2024, and I just feel like to the casual fan, they're gonna look at that and be like, "Oh yeah, it's last year's version. I don't want to get that."
Yeah.
They don't know that like it's the most recent version, but yeah, it's gonna look like buying Madden 24. Do I really want to get that? Shouldn't I be getting Madden 25?
Yeah, the Xbox is cool because they usually don't go like, well, they actually have been doing events in the Tokyo Game Show for a while, but I think this is interesting because they're multi-platform now.
Yep.
You guys, we could be seeing Switch 2 logos at 5 a.m., man.
This is what most interests me, is that we all know Microsoft has never, ever been able to penetrate the Japanese market. They don't like Microsoft. They don't like Bill Gates. They want them to F out. They don't like him. Okay. And now that they're going third party, right? They have a window, I think a small window of opportunity to do something here. Because people aren't going to buy their machine. They don't want it in their house. They don't want that stinking piece of crap in their house. They don't want to connect to the internet for build. They don't want to do any of that. But the games, that's something else, right? So my hope was that, hey, if you want to win over the Japanese market, you know what you do? You show games for Nintendo Switch 2 because Nintendo is the most popular platform in Japan. Obviously, you've shown some stuff already for PlayStation here in the US, but this is Japan. So if you want to try and win over some folks over there by at least getting them excited to buy games under your umbrella, I think that's the time to do it. That's why I was really, I don't have like real bold predictions, but my hope is that we actually get some news here, because if there's ever an opportunity, now is the time to capitalize. Otherwise, we're waiting until next September. We know one game coming to Switch 2 that's been announced, and that's indie. So, what could they announce though in Japan for Switch 2 to get that market excited? That's the question. We know they have an insane amount of IP, but what would make people excited? Fable?
Yeah.
I think that would make people, that would make the whole world excited, but I do think that's a game that would do really well over there on Switch 2.
Yeah, I know a game that would do well. It's just not going to get announced right now. It's Call of Duty. Call of Duty used to be a big seller in Japan. It kind of fell off as PlayStation started selling less and Nintendo sold more. And if we just haven't had one on Nintendo, I think it would end up selling really well on Nintendo. But unfortunately, I don't think this year's version's being announced. Just throwing that out there. Obviously, they do have one game that's really successful in Japan because it's successful everywhere, and it's Minecraft. But
yeah, I don't know what specific IP Microsoft would bring to Japan or would bring to Nintendo's console that would just be a big hit in Japan. But what I would love to see is, we got a lot of those really cool ads, and I really like the way they did it, the Stronger Together, where it showed the green and the red and the logos and stuff like that. I would love to see a moment in their presentation where it does like the Stronger Together reel, and then Phil Spencer comes out, and then Doug Bowser comes out, and you got the two kind of faces of the company. Or it doesn't have to be Doug, it could be someone from Nintendo Japan. Maybe that's the draw that kind of broadens that market to Japan. Maybe even bring out a Miyamoto, someone like that, who's so recognized. But man, it highly unlikely, but I think the golden ticket would be announcing a remake of Banjo-Kazooie 1 as well as new Conquer game development. And I think Microsoft going back to that golden age of Rare and incorporating it with a Nintendo reveal of some kind is like, I don't know, to me that's a huge deal.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's just we all know we rarely get games from them, and they haven't shown that killer instinct in decades.
I got one. Clockwork Revolution.
Okay,
you guys remember that game?
I do.
Yeah,
the game looks insane. I don't know if it'll do well in Japan, but I have a feeling they might be willing to give it a shot if it's on Switch too.
Okay.
Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush Switch 2.
Yeah.
That is
it's a crime.
Japanese. It's a Japanese developer.
Yeah.
That is their first Japanese IP since Lost Odyssey in 2008. If you remember that.
I was just about to say that was my prediction to bring Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey back.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
It would be. I would like that.
Because I mean they never got any follow-ups. They're beloved games at this point. So I mean, why not just run them back? Make sure you redo them if you're gonna do a remake or just make brand new versions of the game.
Gotta do right by them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that idea. I think the only other thing that would do really well is Flight Simulator X Pilot Wings.
Ooh, yeah. I would like to see how it runs though. Like I want to see what that looks like.
Can we get Stash? Can we get an R-Wing in there? Get some Star Fox love. There we go.
Yeah, in that jetpack, all that. Yeah.
Here we go.
That'd be cool. But I don't know, guys. Do you see anything else really that would be specific to the market? And does it even need to be? Can they just show good games to that market and be like, hey, look at all these great games we're bringing to Switch 2, and hope that that's enough?
Yeah, like in the past, it's been interesting watching Xbox's TGS showcase because it felt like it was just another Xbox showcase and it wasn't really market specific. And then you like those games release and then like nobody buys them in Japan, which is fine if they just want to treat it as another. But I think it's a little different this time because, you know, Phil Spencer's been so open about how they want to support Switch 2. So it's like, well, the reason, you know, that you probably didn't sell well there is because you weren't on the primary platform. Now you can be. So it'll be interesting to see if they go, hey, look, the bigger thing here for us is we have our games. We're going to show our games. And they're just, most of them are going to come to Switch 2. And that's our selling point is you in Japan, you're going to want to pay attention now because it's on Switch 2. So maybe that just might be the whole play. Like they don't, because Microsoft, I don't know if they've ever really understood the market over there. But I think they do realize that, well, if you want to be successful in Japan, you probably got to be on Nintendo's system. Now, you don't have to be. Sony does sell enough that you can be successful, but like these third-party companies they bought that make these games, they've already been putting those games on PlayStation and they weren't doing well there. So, you know, you really got to be where the larger audience is and get on Switch 2.
Yeah, I agree. Bill's got to try harder than that. You got to get on Nintendo. They know that. They respect Nintendo. They know the market. They have analysts that know this stuff. That's where the real money is. You can make it on PlayStation, but how much can you actually make?
Yeah, people are bringing up
Nintendo?
Forza.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Forza could really take off on Switch 2 in Japan. I don't know much. I don't follow the racing game stuff much, but apparently Gran Turismo is pretty big there. So it would be a way to get a high quality racing game like that, but get it on a Nintendo platform.
EA is going to be there.
Who?
Electronic Arts.
Oh yeah,
it's in the game.
Look, we laugh every time EA comes up. They have a lot of games.
Yeah.
That you know. I don't know if they're going to announce anything for Switch 2 because, like, they just. I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. I know about a bunch of EA games that are in the works for Switch 2, so like I can't talk much about it. I just don't
I
know
know.
that any of them are being announced this year.
I don't know if they are either for a certain reason, but
Yeah.
I won't say because they would give it away. However,
So I can't talk about this topic.
I know of one RPG that I think would have a pretty massive effect. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I
No,
like what
which
you did there.
game is it?
Remember, the effect of it is quite massive.
Very massive.
Yeah.
Oh,
That-
Dragon Age.
Yep. Exactly.
Origin. Origin specifically. Wait, no,
Origin.
sorry, no. They go with the most modern one. That one's really popular, isn't it? Vanguard.
Yeah.
That's the hit. That's the
Vanguard.
hit.
So jacked.
Yeah. That market will eat it up. They would love it over there.
That's the race for that game.
What about SimCity?
Now, what about the Sims? Like
Mouse Joy-Con, yeah. All we got was My Sims.
Mhm.
I bought it for Michaela because she had asked, where's like the modern Sims? I'm like, this for Switch 1. I'm like, yeah, I don't have it. That's odd. Seems like an easy way to make money, and EA used to be really good at knowing how to make easy money.
Dude,
So-
they want to make easy money. SimCity and Sims on Switch 2 with Nintendo, like special Nintendo features.
Like on
Nintendo
Super
outfits in
Nintendo.
the Sims. Yeah. Or you've got like some sort of like a Mushroom Kingdom
Switch
DLC
2
add-on or
console on your
whatever.
TV in your house.
Yeah. Bowser's a natural disaster in the Super Nintendo SimCity.
Yeah.
He literally
Dude, it
comes
prints
through
money.
like Godzilla. Yeah. Dude, that easy money. Easy
Age of
money.
Empires 4.
Now, if they do the Sims, do we give all the DLC or the expansion packs, or do we nickel and
All of
dime,
them?
or do we nickel and
It'll
dime?
be nickel and dime.
They,
Let's be honest.
they nickel and dime.
It's gonna be nickel and dime. You're gonna get the base game with nothing included,
That's
and then
nice.
it's gonna be nickel and dime. The billions and billions of DLC for the
Mhm.
game.
Because I'm like, give me something,
The
even if
hope-
it's not
the
all
hope
of it.
would
Give me
be-
something.
The hope would be if you already own the game and some of the DLC, that if you connect your EA account, the hope would be that
Sure.
you get to just play what you've already bought. But you know.
Right. Yeah, because looking at that
I know.
scene, I mean, they're more on the modded side now, to where they're doing like full reality TV shows with the Sims now.
Oh yeah,
It's-
they're
it's
doing crazy
ridiculous.
things with the mods. Yeah. But for Switch 2 people, they haven't experienced this at all.
Exactly. Yeah.
So they don't need to worry about the mod stuff yet.
You can even do this where they're doing it in real life. So with EA, you can bring back theme park and put Nintendo and create your own Nintendo theme park.
I'm telling you right now, if it comes to Switch 2, that'll be the game that Yulia looks at me and says, "You're buying me a Switch 2 for Sims, right?"
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, okay, that's what you want.
Ubisoft will be there.
I want
Young Good
Rayman.
Evil 2.
You think they'd show anything for Switch 2 there?
Young
want
Good
Rayman.
Evil 2.
I don't see them showing
Does that game still exist?
AC Shadows there. Not
No,
in that market.
I'll say this: we've had a lot of rumors about Black Flag remake.
Mhm.
Maybe this is where, because the rumors are so rampant about it, maybe it's because it's about to be shown, which is pretty typical for Ubisoft. So that could be one, and that might be on Switch 2.
Yeah, I mean, again, Shadows and Mirage have both been Peggy rated.
Yeah.
So we're just waiting.
I mean, yeah.
They're waiting. We're just waiting though to hear about this. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know that this is the right market to announce AC
How about
Shadows.
Combo pack for
You guys
Mario
know
Rabbids?
why.
yeah, I know.
You can't do that.
But combo pack for Mario Rabbids.
You know, I'm just wondering, Nate, where that's going to drop, because I expect it to drop during this whole, Mario anniversary celebration, the whole timeline. Because remember, Nintendo was like, yeah, we're going to get other Mario stuff. I expect it somewhere in there. Like, I think that's going to fit in somewhere nicely as a Switch 2 edition to celebrate Mario. Just
they
when.
announced it here. Drop it January. January is a light month for Nintendo right now, besides Final Fantasy.
Yeah. I like that pick. I'd like to see it too. I really would. Good games. Oh, you know what? So I saw this. Where is it? This one was interesting. Sega. Oh, actually, I took the screenshot. Let me pull this up. Okay. Oh, my Word doc's freezing. Come on, baby. Work with me. Okay. I can kind of see it. So, little picture. Here we go. 8 games. In fact, let me just... I can share this photo with you guys. I want you guys to see this because I don't know that this is really being shared around too much. Oh, where did I save this to?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's see. Here we go. Boom.
Sorry, I created a poll in my chat, and the results are surprising so far.
This is what they posted here for TGS. 4 unknown games.
Should be all those Dreamcast games they announced, because we haven't seen anything.
You're talking about the Streets of Rage, Golden Axe, all that good stuff. I'm wondering if it's that. So, of course, we can check Shinobi off the list, and I think they totally started off on the right foot there. They crushed it with Shinobi. So, pat on the back to them. Good momentum. What's next though? Is it the Jet Grind Radio series? Is it Golden Axe? Is it Streets of Rage? Is it
Crazy Taxi? Possibly?
Crazy Taxi? Yep, that was the other one. Or is it all of them?
I would say spread them out for sure, but I would want there to be Jet Set. Yeah, that too.
But we already have Atlas represented here with 2 games. With Persona 3, obviously on Switch 2, coming out very soon. And the P5X, that's the mobile game, right? So, what if it's Metaphor ReFantazio for Switch 2?
I feel like it would trump Persona 3 at that point. If you show it, people might hold off because that game received a lot of love.
I reviewed it. I loved it, but it's the comparison, which I think is a pretty accurate one. Is it's like a medieval, political version of Persona. It's its own thing. It feels unique in that sense, but both can totally live together.
Right.
And make money. So the other part of me is yeah, it could, but people who love Persona, they love Persona and they're going to play Persona, and you got your fan base. And also people who love Persona are hey, you know what? Metaphor is really cool too. I want to see this turn into something big like Persona, where it's an IP that's supported for a long time, which I got to imagine it's going to be with how well it did. And I think it's going to crush it on Switch too. I literally said this in my review at the beginning of the year, that this is coming to Switch too. And it will do very well. So I hope that's there, but I don't know, guys. What do you think? Alyssa, what do you think? Sega, Atlas, is it a new Monkey Ball?
Was the last new Monkey Ball in 2023 or was it last year?
It was last year.
Do they usually come out they come out yearly or no? Because if they don't come out yearly, then it's probably too soon.
No.
Or do you mean they're in this pack here?
Yeah, they're in this pack here.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, that since the one came out last year, I could see Monkey Ball being in here.
Because they're
I don't really know too.
You know?
Yeah, I mostly know Sega for Sonic, and honestly, that's about it. So I'm not too familiar with Sega IP. I probably do know and just don't realize that it's Sega.
Probably. Do we get a new Kid Chameleon?
I'm not familiar with that. Sorry.
Game's sick.
Kid Chameleon's awesome. I still have my Kid Chameleon.
You have it?
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah, I'll
isn't
grab it
that a
real
great
quick.
game?
I'll grab it so I can show Alyssa. It's all.
All right,
This
yeah.
game was ahead
I'll
of
look
its
it up
time.
too.
Stash, you know my answer for Atlas game.
Yeah, snowboard kids.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, there
Hey,
you
what if it
go.
was? What if it was, dude?
That would be awesome.
I would lose my mind.
Eric's
and
like
it'd be
day one Sonic Crossworlds.
Yeah. Instant pre-order. Oh yeah, there it is. Look at that sick box art.
I know, it's so 90s, dude. It's
Yeah,
like
it is.
It was cool. It was awesome.
You could put on different masks in the game and it would change your literal gameplay mechanics.
Show
Yeah,
that
they-
again.
Oh, big screen.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, full screen. Hell yeah.
Let me see. Can we see the screenshots on the back?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because I won't know if I'll like this game without seeing the screenshots.
I know, right?
It's really
Dude,
fun.
That cover art though is so sick.
Yeah, dude.
That is pretty sick.
It's like that sells the game instantly. as a
so
kid in
you
the
see-
90s.
You see the characters in the background?
Yeah.
Those are the different suits you can get in the game.
Yep.
And then it changes your entire gameplay. Obviously. It's like having a new character. It's very cool. Ahead of its time. Maybe columns? What about columns? Huh?
I mean,
Or Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine?
My partner and his sister go hard with Mean Bean Machine. It's hilarious when they get going and we just sit there and watch them. It gets really intense. He's like really good at video games, so whenever we play anything collectively like Smash Bros, we're all like, "Yes, everybody team up on Harry." We like single him out.
That's awesome. Oh, you know what it could be? Oh, you're holding that Game Gear up, huh? Or is that a Nomad?
Yeah. It's a Game Gear.
does it have all the batteries?
But it does. In fact, it's got Sonic 2 in here right now. This is a special one. I don't know what made this one different, but the Game Gear button is normally blue. Mine's purple. It's not a modded. It wasn't altered or changed. This is a Game Gear that Sega sold. But I never looked up what made the one with the purple button different, to be honest with you. And it's a darker black than the regular model, which was almost like a grayish black.
Mm-hmm.
But I never looked it up, so I should look it up.
What about Echo the Dolphin?
Oh wow! Did we talk about Echo recently?
We did. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you are hearing that echo because we did talk about it not too long ago. Hey, wasn't there a rumor for this? Hold on,
I
Echo
don't
the
know.
Dolphin.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think people were talking about it.
Was it a
I don't even remember
trademark?
It was
I
something
think
here.
so. Yeah, I don't. What did you even do in Echo the Dolphin?
It says, yes, there is a
Wham.
new Echo the Dolphin game in development alongside remasters of the first two games in the series.
There's two. Didn't know this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Echo was huge, man. Back in the day, it was all about the aquatic life. Free Willy was in the theaters.
Oh, here we go.
Oh yeah.
I didn't watch it. I've still never seen it.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know why. I thought it looked stupid as a kid, to be perfectly honest. I don't want to be a jerk, though, but I thought it looked stupid. You guys might have nostalgia for it, so sorry.
What about Catherine Full Body?
Yeah. Switch 2
I love
edition.
that game.
I mean, we got Lollipop Chainsaw, so I imagine that would come back.
Yeah, and one of the games being shown at TGS is coming out here, I believe, in October, and it's the Full Metal Schoolgirl.
Yeah. Mhm.
We have like a machine gun or something with a schoolgirl.
Mhm.
That looks very interesting. I almost pre-ordered that at Play Asia. I'm like, that looks pretty cool, man. That looks like a fun physical one to own, actually. Have you seen the gameplay?
No.
Yeah.
If this is real, yeah. If this is real,
What is going on?
and it looks pretty cool, to be honest with you. Hey, I got one. Didn't we hear that there bringing Shenmue 3 to modern consoles to switch to PS5 and Series?
I haven't heard that one. I mean, I don't know if it would be a good idea to do it because it wasn't received that well, was it?
No, but they were going to be like reworking it. Here we go. 1 month
Mm.
ago, Shenmue 3 Enhanced announced for PS5, Xbox Series, and Nintendo platforms. It said,
Oh, wow.
Enhanced edition, significant upgrades, sharper visuals, improved performance, increased NPC density, a classic camera mode from like Shenmue 1 and 2, and quality of life features like faster load times and cut scene skipping. So yeah, this was announced literally August 18th. So not long ago. So
Okay.
then you got to ask, okay, Nintendo's never got the Shenmue games.
No.
PlayStation and Xbox have. Nintendo hasn't. I think that should open the door for Shenmue 1 and 2 to come to Switch 2. Because again, like, why should we, if you're a Nintendo owner and you don't know anything about Shenmue, all you know is, hey, the first one, a lot of people love it, but you don't know much after that.
Yeah.
Would you really be compelled to spend, I don't know, 50, 60, 70, who knows, dollars on Shenmue 3, not knowing what the hell happened in Shenmue Part 1 or 2?
Right.
Right? I just don't know how compelling that would be.
But
So
how
I
far do
think
you
those
take
need to
it?
come.
Like, if
Well-
you're going to enhance it, how far do you take it?
Shenmue 3 seemed to have a lot of things going on. Shenmue 1 and 2 came out on PS4 and Xbox. So you port that over to Switch 2.
Okay.
Done deal. And then bring the enhanced edition over. And who knows? The IP might somehow gain new life. But those are deep cut options that are like legit serious on the table, because Echo's being literally remade, remastered, and so is Shenmue.
But Skash,
what?
There's a series we've forgotten that really needs a brand new modern entry to bring the 90s back to a new era. And I'm talking Toe Jam and Earl, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Damn, Action Jack is on it. Toe Jam and Earl, baby.
I have it physically on Switch from 1 Minute
Hell yeah.
Run.
People love Toe Jam Earl.
They do. What was the last one? Was it so Panic and Funkatron? I remember that. What was the last one called? Back in the Groove. Yep.
Back in the Groove. That's right.
Had a nice art style too.
Shiza.
All right. Toe Jam and Earl, yes. That is a good one. What about Sonic Spinball? Is it time to bring back
Holy
Sonic
crap.
Pinball?
I loved that game.
Yeah, I was about to say, I loved it.
I did too. Hey, you know what game would be really good on Switch too? For real. Because of the Joy-Cons?
What's that?
Give me it now. I will pre-order it right now. Sega Bass Fishing.
Yeah.
Well, here
Tell
we
me.
go.
Dude, those games are so good.
The fishing games, man.
Yeah, give me a the fishing reel.
I have like 3 or 4 of them on my Quest 3 now, just because.
Yeah, the water graphics are nice, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have a Quest and I got the PSVR too. And I remember one of the first games I played on my Quest was a fishing game. I was like, dude, these water graphics are insane.
Mm-hmm.
Every time.
Every time, I know. I'm obsessed,
We
man.
need
Look,
a
at this point, just bring back Safari Hunt. Let's get a new one of those.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
why
They
don't we
seem
have
to-
Graphics would probably be insane, just so you're aware.
Yeah,
you know, why
they
don't
would.
we have the Amazon Trail and Oregon Trail on Switch 2? Or Switch,
Oregon
for that
Trail.
matter?
Oregon Trail is on there. I bought
it
it
really?
for Michaela.
Dang.
She's from Oregon.
Was the other one called Amazon Trail? You know the one that you'd get in cereal boxes, and you're on the Amazon River. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
I don't know. If
I know
it's
what you're
called
talking
Amazon
about.
Trail. It might be full of.
Full of crap over there.
Yeah, it's
What- hey.
possible. I don't even know.
What about James Pond?
James Pond.
You guys remember the James Pond games?
No.
No.
Yes.
You don't?
I
You
have to
seriously
Google it
don't.
right now.
Wait, Stash. I know you'll know this game.
Oh my god,
What-
that's amazing.
What? How
What
have I
is
never played this?
You're right.
Dude, there's tons of them.
How have I
What about-
never?
RoboCod.
I have to look it up.
That is hilarious.
It's on Switch. Hold on. I gotta get this game.
Why are there so many versions of it?
RoboCod.
James Pond.
It's 15
Yeah,
bucks
man.
on the eShop right now.
Wait, James
James
Pond is on
Pond.
the eShop?
The underwater
James Bond,
agent.
RoboCod is on the eShop.
Who's the developer right now?
Oh my gosh.
This is not what I expected. Not at all what I expected.
System 3 software.
Okay, so no one we've ever heard of.
Still,
All right.
What about? What about? I got a deep cut. What about Cool Spot?
Oh, I'd be
Oh,
all
yeah, I
over
remember
Cool
Cool
Spot,
Spot.
man. I'd be
Do you
all
remember
over that.
one?
Yeah, give me
Yeah.
Chester while you're at it too.
I remember
Dude,
it
Cool
was
Spot literally playing as the 7-Up red dot is so wild.
The game wasn't
It's so
bad.
wild. No,
Was
not
it
at
made
all.
by Virgin? Is that right?
That sounds right. Let me see.
yeah, 'cause I remember it was always available at Movie Gallery, and then I ended up picking it up
See.
one day.
Yep.
And I said, okay, it wasn't too bad.
See, I shouldn't remember that stuff, but I do. That's my sick brain at work right there. Why do I remember that Virgin?
Yeah, it's pretty. It's
This is
something.
Oh yeah,
wild. Right?
Clay Fighter. I like that suggestion.
Yeah?
geez.
Pepsi
We're
Man.
getting all these fighting games, and Clay Fighter should come back. Bloody Roar, all those games. But yeah,
Here's a real game though that I do want them to bring back, and that's Fantasy Star.
Yeah,
Oh, dude,
yeah.
Phantasy Star 4 needs a remake, a modern
Yes.
remake. That game is a masterpiece.
it's almost like it came way before its time.
It did.
Totally.
It was the first game my cousin Jim and I played online. That was like, I know we played 2K online. It just wasn't a great
Mhm.
experience on Dreamcast when it first came out. NBA and NFL. Like the first game that wasn't a sports game was Fantasy Star Online, and dude, we had so much fun. That was back in the Wild West days of
Yeah.
games like that, where you'd literally talk to someone and you tell them to drop an item, and then you would have to drop your item or money to pay for it. And you could literally just grab their item and then run as fast as possible and exit the online portal and steal their weapon that they literally like worked on leveling for a month.
Wow.
Dude, I swear, my cousin and I were playing and he did that. We were dying laughing. It was the best.
Oh, Jesus. Hilarious.
Yep. So, you know, Sega's got a deep bag, right? They got deep history we could look at. You know, they got the Monster World games.
Yeah. They have a lot.
Altered Beast.
Alter V's, yeah. Internal Champions.
Yeah.
Yeah. All of those games. And I get it. You can't bring everything back, but some things just need that second chance in a new generation. We'll see what they do.
Yep.
I would Virtua Fighter should be, if they handle it right, it should be successful. With all the fighting games we have now, I mean, it should fall right into place.
Yeah. No, I agree for sure.
I'm just looking at all the different box art from the Genesis and SNES era. It makes me feel so nostalgic
Mm-hmm.
for the way. Makes me sad. Makes me sad. The boxes used to look so cool.
Yep.
I'm
Lost in
aging
time.
myself.
Nate,
Yeah,
can
what's
you
up?
can you unshare my screen?
Sure can.
Thanks.
You couldn't apparently.
No, my picture is shown on here as a stage now.
Oh, it's like you're getting errors. And
I just
stuff.
removed it. Okay,
We're good. We're good.
all right. So all good picks there. I think if we got any of those games, that would be pretty amazing, right?
Mhm.
But look, guys, there are so many. There is an insane amount of developers. I was talking to Michaela about it because, of course, like this was our first time going to any sort of game show. Was at PAX, and obviously, like I've been to some, been to E3. I say, look, I'm looking at this here. There's 772 exhibitors, including 473 domestic, 299 overseas, across 4,083 booths at Tokyo Game Show.
Jeez.
And this exceeds the previous record last year, which was 3,252 booths. So they literally added nearly 800 more booths.
This
is massive, right?
Yeah.
I never want to go to TGS. Besides the fact that I won't understand anyone and what they're saying, I'd be lost.
Too much going on.
I would be
just want this
overwhelmed.
back here. I want something like that here again. Like seeing that list of exhibitors, I'm like, damn, man. You know, like that could be E3. But E3 is literally over there now. Because I think people that would normally go to E3 are going over there. That's the spot.
I mean, yeah, it's Gamescom and Tokyo Game Show. Like those are the two.
Yep.
Two now. Where everyone's going. I mean, don't get me wrong. PAX West had a good show up. Like
They
I
did.
don't complain there. Yeah, that was a good show up. That's probably the biggest show up that we have here on this side of the globe. So
Yeah.
but we just don't have anything on this side of the globe that's as big as that anymore. E3 was it. I mean, I know ESA is trying something next year that has all the platform holders there. That we're planning to go
Icon.
to. Yep, Icon. We're planning to go to. We'll see what it's about. See if it's worth going or if it's a one and done. We decided to go and it's like, whatever. Not that great. We're in Vegas. Let's go do something else that's fun. Happens.
Yeah.
Happens. Thankfully, there's always shows and comedians and stuff going on in Vegas. So there's always something to do.
Yeah, that's true. Code Vein 2 is going to be playable.
Yeah, I like what I saw today
Bandai
from
Namco.
Cobain too. Like that looked really good.
Yeah, I enjoyed the first game. You know, it wasn't amazing, but I definitely saw the potential. Seems like they're doing something a little bit different with this one, but I don't know. I think it looks good, so we'll see.
I do too. Professor Layton, of course, will be there, but it's now coming out next year.
Yep.
Outside of that, it's anyone's guess as to what's going to be there, right? Capcom had their show today. I watched it. Really nothing super exciting. I will say Monster Hunter Worlds 3. That looks or Stories, that looks pretty damn good.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I was watching Capcom's chat. I was watching on YouTube, and a lot of people were like, "I'd rather play this than Wilds."
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh, that's not good." I mean, it's good. It's good, right?
Yeah.
But that's your flagship game, Wilds. But Stories is looking like it's it's taking a huge step up. It looks like as far as scale.
I think they're in a great position to where you have your diehards with Wilds, like people that genuinely want to invest, and then those that are interested in Monster Hunter, but they don't want to get into all of that, that's where stories comes into play. Because it has that turn-based, what is it? The triple system to where it's like, okay, this beats this and agility beats speed. Speed beats the defense. And so it makes it a little bit easier for people to get into. So I mean, if you can get 3 to be as successful as, a Rise or even, the worlds, Monster Hunter Worlds, then yeah, you win at that point. Cause now you have 2 different, groups of people that still love Monster Hunter, but they just are on two ends of the same coin.
Yeah, totally agree with that. I think it's a big win. Ace Attorney trilogy coming to Switch too. I was there. Obviously, they showed the Mega Man Star Force Legacy Collection. Guys, did you play these games? Did anyone dabble in these?
I've never gotten into Mega Man.
Okay. I love Mega Man. I've played all of them except for these. I haven't played these. And from what I've seen in the trailers, I don't know that I'm interested in playing these, which sucks because I'd like to. Yeah, it's a collection. And honestly, I'm just looking at it. I'm like, was there like 7 games?
Yeah.
And I'm just like, bro, I don't have time for this. Hey, how am I going to review other games? It's 7 games, dude.
Yeah.
It ain't going to work. But also it just doesn't look very fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's not your traditional Mega Man,
No.
I've always been curious to try out and this is kind of in relation to this collection. I've never played the Battle Network games, but I do know that they're beloved.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're really popular, and I like RPGs, so maybe I would really like this. I love all the OG Mega Man games. I love the X series. Like X is probably my favorite Mega Man game. I just have so much nostalgia for it. I rented it so many times before I finally got a copy of my own. But yeah, Battle Network. It's just an odd series that I just never got around to.
Yeah, and this is even odder.
Yep.
Dude, honestly, I thought it was a Mandela effect when they announced it. I'm like, because nothing gets really, I like to believe really nothing gets past me. And I'm looking at this, I'm like what is this? I don't remember this.
It's the way I just
only come out in Japan. Was this a Japan only thing? And then I'm just like looking, okay, this is the DS era. And I was in the thick of it. Like I even got Sonic Chronicles up there by BioWare up on my shelf. You guys remember that?
Wow.
Sonic RPG? Dude, I played and beat that game. I enjoyed the crap out of it. But so I definitely played a ton of games on my DS. But dude, I don't remember these. And all I can believe is that I saw it and was probably like, yeah, I don't want to play that. Because like that doesn't look fun. I think I had the same reaction.
Sorry, I don't want to play a shitty game.
Yeah. It doesn't look fun, man. I don't like it. I don't want anything to do with it. Pretty much that game to me is NBA bounce. I want nothing to do with it.
What if it reviews well?
If it reviews well. Okay. If it reviews well, I'll buy it.
Okay.
I'll review it. And if it's good, I will give them the flowers, and I'll be like, yo, I was crapping on your game. I was wrong. I'll totally own up to it because I'll be really happy too if it's good. But I'm gonna stick with what I've been saying.
Like a 98 overall. It's like, what the fuck?
Game of the Year contender.
How did that happen?
This is what I'm waiting for.
Yeah.
Legends.
Those
We
polygons,
need a
man.
Legends collection.
It's Mega Man has so many different games, and I hear nothing but love for it. And I'm like, well, why is it not successful? It just doesn't make sense to me.
Me either. And you look at it, the last Mega Man that came out is the best-selling Mega Man of all time. That was in
Really?
2017, I believe. Mega Man 11. And then since then, no new entries. Of course, you had Battle Network collection.
Mm-hmm.
This collection's coming out, but nothing new. But you got to wonder if they're gearing up for it, because I got to believe Mega Man's 40th anniversary is in 2027. I believe the first one came out in 1987. And obviously we're seeing Mega Man being included as one of the last DLC packages in Sonic Racing Crossworlds. You guys saw that, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if that's like a
Jeez.
late DLC that comes out like maybe mid 2026, it's one of the last DLCs, or even the fall, that would play right into, hey, you remember this guy? It's his 40th anniversary, in 3-4 months in 2027. Here's his new game.
Right.
It just seems like an odd reason. Like, this is a Capcom game. Okay. Capcom's IP from the 80s going into a Sega racer. It seems like it's for a reason.
Yeah. And
Right.
then also doing that partnership with Pac-Man as well, too. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Might be
Just
on
want to
something.
pause this out quick because this was
Wow.
Yes. Oh my God.
Is that what the loser has to wear after the next bingo?
Dude.
Yeah, that's what I just found. This is the outfit for PAX next year.
That is so good.
What are you talking about?
And listen, guys,
You have a Halloween special. I gotta dress up.
I pulled up this image for a very specific reason, and that's just to say, listen, guys, if Okami's coming back and Onimusha's coming back, Mega Man will return. Look at the blue bomber in all of his glory. Nothing says epic like the image you're looking at on your screen right now. So,
Dude.
Capcom, our bodies are ready.
Jeez.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. All right.
No words, man.
That just happened. This just happened a moment ago as well. Get this one up right away because they dropped the 50 bomb. Speaking of bad games, I want a sequel to Big Rigs Over the Road Racing called Big Rigs Through the Moon Racing, where you drive so fast you go into space. They will have a track in space called Plaid Road, and it will have tons of bugs and jank. Dude, I remember the original game. That was so bad. It was such a bad game. I was so excited to play it so bad.
You were excited to play it?
I don't know. I looked at the screenshots on the back of the box. I thought it looked good. No,
Screenshot sold you.
I was totally wrong.
Wow. That's funny.
That's a good one. How you guys?
That reminds me, EA. Like, come on, man. You're sitting on so many great IPs like NBA Jam, NFL Blitz, but also, what are you doing with Road Rash?
Yep.
The game is so cool.
Road Rash.
Remember upgrading your bikes?
Yeah.
And just beating the crap out of people while you're riding a motorcycle?
Man,
It's like a motorcycle beat 'em up game.
Me and my cousins would play that from almost 8 at night all the way to 5 o'clock the next morning.
That's
Just
awesome.
Consistent, man.
We played it so much. Then do you guys play Mutant League?
Yep. Loved it.
Mutant League was good. EA's they used to make those games. They made James Pond.
Here we go.
They literally created
What in the
James
world is
Pond.
James Pond.
Let's bring it back.
I'm just saying, like, look, first off, I never rented these games because I thought they looked like trash. I thought the box art sucked. I still do.
We're still going.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like EA used to do really creative stuff.
Yeah,
Weird stuff. Yeah.
Creative stuff that looks like trash.
Yeah, like they took a risk, right? How many James Pond games did they make before they sold off that IP?
I don't even want to know, man.
I saw 3.
Yeah, I was gonna say I remember a James Pond game with the red Genesis strip, and I think that was a third one. And that's obviously a later Genesis game. I think that was like a 94, 95 game. What a joke! I wonder what the sales were for this.
Enough to make 3 of them. Enough the series is still getting new games to this day.
Yeah, they had a game on. Obviously, I'm sure you saw they had Game Boy Advance. It was on Game Boy. Oh my God. It's on PS1. It was on Nintendo DS, but who owned it then? Codemasters.
Oh, wow.
There we go.
Didn't see
Codemasters.
that coming.
Good. Oh man. And then it was on PS2. How many James Pond games were there? This is insane.
Well,
Dude, there's a lot. There's a lot
Don't
if
be
you look at
surprised
the
if he
whole-
comes back.
I didn't know the pond was this big.
If we can get Bubsy, we can get Pond.
You know what? Hey, I enjoyed Bubsy at PAX, and I liked it back in the day. And I know everyone, like all the younger kids, think it's a total piece of crap. I really liked it back in the day, and I got to say, I'm excited to play it. Nate, did you like it?
Which one?
Bubsy at PAX?
Yeah. I thought it was good.
Yeah.
See, the one thing that I
know
noticed.
it was mostly just like a playground to jump around and play in, but I mean, it controlled really well. Felt like they kind of know what they're doing with the platforming. So, like, it's got a good start to what it's probably going to end up being. Obviously, we didn't get to really see any of the world designs or anything, but gameplay wise, it was good.
Because I was looking at the footage that you guys posted, and it looks so close to Demon Tides. Like, seems like it controls exactly the same, has this big open sandbox aspect to it. And I know the creator of Demon Tides has been like reposting this quite a bit. So I don't know if he has any dealings with Bubsy, but they look very close to each other.
Yeah. Fabraz.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fabraz is developing Bubsy.
Okay. Well, that makes sense then.
The gentleman Nate and I were talking to, I forget his name, but I've seen him on YouTube and stuff, and he was there working with Atari.
Okay.
But yeah, I tagged Fabraz in my post when I posted the Bubsy footage. So
Bubsy!
Yeah, I learned about that when I was writing the impressions, and I learned about Demon Turf as well. Have you played that?
Yep. I have I think I have Demon Tides on my Switch now. But
so
yeah,
would you recommend?
Yes, I would. 100%.
Cool.
Because those games, they're challenging, but I'm a big fan of platformers.
I am too. We all are. Has anyone else played these outside of Action Jack? It's rare for me to get a platformer recommendation that's like that I haven't played or is almost unbeknownst to me. I only knew about this from writing the impressions.
Yeah.
But now that you're saying it's good, now I'm like, okay. Yo, what? It's made by it was
Wild
published
Woody.
by Platonic.
What the fuck are we looking at? What is
Wild
happening?
Woody.
What are we even talking about anymore?
Oh, that game looks sick.
Look at the rating.
If you're gonna get a
Kids to
game,
adults.
Yeah, KA.
if you're gonna get a game based off the cover art, yeah, shoot for this.
Dude, and it's got the Sega official seal of quality on the bottom left.
What the fuck is this?
Dude, that smile and the eyebrows are maniacal.
What is happening?
And he's got a lit, looks like firecracker in his hand.
Dynamite.
How do you even come up with this character?
I do
Well, you
like
see-
the font. It's very 90s. What year do you think? I'm gonna say 95 for the year it came out.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
they saw Clippy
Is it?
and decided, you know what, we're gonna one up you with pencil.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Wild Woody Sega CD release date.
It's crazy to see, like, the fact that this has a speed run
95.
at GDQ.
Good call on that one.
Wow,
September
Woody has a
95.
speed
30,
run.
30
It is.
years ago. Today, 30,
bought-
actually not today, but this month, 30 years ago.
Am I
came
looking
out.
at Pac-Man on crack right now?
That's
Baku
wild.
No, it's Baki Baki. Baku Baku.
Baku Baku.
So Pac-Man on crack is what it looks like.
Hey,
So
the best part though, look
there's,
at the,
there's like a DK head, like a miniature one below it for some reason.
you see the price on that?
Yeah, it's like $70.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
69. I mean, if you want to be correct.
69. Yeah,
Nice.
must be good.
Okay. All right. Let's get to the Q&A questions because we're just going off the rocker. We can go nostalgic on every random game we could think of from the 90s. So Nintendo Ninja Prime says bring back NBA Jam, NFL Blitz, NHL Hits, also Metro Prime 4 Beyond Hype.
Yeah,
There we go. Don't worry. We have super chats related to this as well, not just the member chat because we got to keep the tradition going. Demonic Brawler says, wonder if the Super Mario Galaxy movie will start off in Dinosaur Land, maybe even Yoshi's Island before they go to outer space. We'll see. Obviously, there has to be a reason they go to outer space. So we'll see. I have no idea. Maybe in the next trailer.
Are you guys going to get that deodorant?
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
What deodorant?
The Mario Galaxy deodorant.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
That's how we knew what the movie was called because the deodorant leaked out.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Is it out Old Spice brand?
Yeah. Mhm.
What?
Sick.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's a deodorant?
Started the
thought-
brand I
I
use. So
I thought we knew the name because the website leaked.
Mm-mm.
no,
I knew
deodorant.
from the deodorant.
What the fuck? Where is
Bro,
this even been announced yet?
I'm trying to smell out of this world. I don't know about you, but I'd be pre-ordering that immediately.
Get some. I use Old Spice deodorant anyways.
Yeah,
What?
exactly.
Where what?
Have you found it yet?
I don't think it's even been announced.
Well,
It
tell
probably
me they
hasn't.
didn't scrub the internet. Hold on. Old Spice Mario Galaxy. There
Yeah,
we
I
go.
Googled it, but I
Deodorant.
can't-
Yeah. It looks like a can of silly string from what I'm looking at.
It really
I found it.
does.
I
I found
found
it on
it.
Twitter. Yep.
Yep.
Dude, what the
Oh, so
hell?
you got
kind of
Yoshi
deodorant
and
is that?
Luigi.
Um,
Desert Detour and Brooklyn Bounce. I don't
Yep.
know.
There it is.
What does it look like?
5.1 ounce.
Right, okay.
But why does it look like a can?
Probably
That's a
spray
bottle,
deodorant.
The body spray.
Oh, even better.
I
Even
gotta
better.
get it done. Yeah, it hasn't been announced yet. That's the big thing. It's just leaked.
Scent of smashed
They-
fruit and scent of vanilla sound.
I'll say this: if that's like what the final product looks like, they botched the label. It is botched, dude. I would never look at them and be like,
sorry,
"Oh,
guys.
Mario Galaxy." Like, there's nothing Galaxy
Dude,
about it.
Brooklyn Bounce and Desert Detour.
Well,
Yeah.
okay, but I'm looking at another screenshot, and there's a third one in there.
They're
Which
probably
based on what you just showed, it looks like there's going to be a handful.
Yeah.
yeah, Lost Cove, Space Mission, Capsule Crush, Cosmic
Oh.
Quest. Yeah,
I mean, I'm gonna try to get them
I
all.
want the whole collection. Yeah,
I'll just put them in. What I'll do is I'll.
and I'm gonna legit use them, and once they're all used up, I'll just put them on a shelf. I got the full Mario Galaxy collection of deodorant cans.
Well, I was debating keeping a set factory sealed
Oh, there you go.
and then using a set.
I don't know how expensive they are. If they're only like $3-4, sure. Yeah, I'll keep some sealed.
Yeah, as
why
long
not?
as the price isn't out of this, out of this world.
Then
I'll
again,
buy
I
'em.
will say if I use one of them and I'm like, dude, this scent is divine. This is my new scent. Then I know I'm gonna have to buy like 50 cans because this thing's gonna be
Yeah.
out of like a month.
What if it's so good that like,
I have to keep it around. It's like a
People-
bestseller.
yeah, like, guys just stop buying cologne and stuff, and you just start wearing the Mario Galaxy spray.
Dude,
That'd be so cool.
you imagine? Yeah, I use Versace Eros. What do you switch it for? Yeah, Desert Detour. Old Spice.
That's so stupid.
It works every
What
time.
sense is that? Yoshi's cookie.
Wow. That can go left real fast.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm telling you though, I bet when these deodorants come out, they're gonna fly off the shelf.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Jack, you're not. Listen, I try and tread a fine line. You're not supposed to say that out loud. You're supposed to be up to interpretation.
Oh my god!
You're not supposed to spell it out.
All right, next up, bring back NFL Blitz from Demonic Brawler, and then he did bring back NBA Jam. Here you're supporting all the channels here, and then coming in to complete it all with NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, NHL Hits. Had to complete the trilogy. Hell yeah, there it is. Loving the support. Demonic Brawler gifted GameBird over there a membership.
Thank
Thank you. He also gifted ThunderStash a membership.
Thank you.
And of course, yours truly over here, Nintendo Prime as well. Thank you so much, Demonic Brawler. Appreciate you supporting. Janky Kong, cell shaded is tired. DK Bonanza art style is wired.
Dude, that'd be wild. They go for like the similar animations. Link is all, you know.
That's new sound effects when he rolls.
Right.
Every time he rolls, every time he does the roll. What the fuck is happening? Demonic Brawler also said Oracle of Secrets done like Dragon Quest VII remake.
Yes.
Yeah, the Dragon 7 remake looks amazing.
Yeah, it does.
I saw that come in though, and I was like, "Yeah, dude, Oracle games."
Yeah.
Do we think we're getting those on Switch too, using the Link's Awakening engine?
I hope so.
I half hope so.
Yeah.
This goes back to what I said before. I love when we get new art styles. We've gotten that art style twice now, so I'd like to think that we get something a little bit different. Like obviously, it's got to be that isometric view, but I would like it if they make it a little change it up, make it a little bit stylized in a different way.
I would like that too. I'd prefer it to be different.
Yeah, I was more like hopeful like that. They just come in general.
Sure.
Yeah.
Boom, any. What if they have a certain art style for when Link is a kid and then darker looking art style for when he becomes an adult?
I want that. I like the
really
darker art style.
Do both, yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, it makes sense because the world is like wrecked when you're an adult in Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, when we played it as kids, like you felt that because, of course, back then those graphics were absolutely cutting edge, and it definitely felt like a dark.
It'll never get more realistic. Than
Like
this
a
is
true
so
dark world. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to feel that again, like modern day with whatever art style they choose. I don't want it to be a cheerful place, just like Link's Awakening. Like that's the dark world, man.
Yep.
That's where the demons are.
Yep.
Cody Dews dropped. What are those? Those apples? and
Tomatoes.
strawberries?
It's like tomatoes, maybe.
Oh, okay, so he's chucking tomatoes at me. Got it. All right, cool. I get it.
He's one of my guys. That's his thing. Is the tomatoes.
Okay, well, I figured it was when I showed up because I was late. He's like, "Boo that!"
Probably.
Man.
Yeah, probably then too.
Yeah, I get it. I don't blame you. I deserve it. Damn me for being late. Boo Mini gifted a membership over on ThunderStash's channel.
Thank you, Boo.
Damn,
And did one on GameBird's channel as well. Yeah, see, he's feeling the thunder right now. What's happening? You know what? I just realized the other day that rating that ThunderStash has for the Thunder. What's it called?
It's my Thunderstruck recommendation.
Yeah, my Thunderstruck recommendation. And I sat there, I'm like, dude, this is so great. Fits the channel, fits Back to the Future, and then it also fits AC/DC. I'm like, this is a trifecta of stuff. This is awesome.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I had a a little stroke of genius for a second. I'm like, should I do that? Will it get copyrighted? I don't know. Let's find out. Thankfully.
Yeah, only if you played like a clip of the song. I think you're fine if you avoid that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm good.
All right. Capcom maybe lowered it because of the game key card. Okay.
Possibly.
Possible.
Hey, that Wild Woody game.
Oh, here we go.
I just wanted to say, like, I looked it up real quick just to look at a screenshot. Okay. It took me to the website, and it's showing like the codes for it. And I just saw it out of the side of my eye. I'm like, did that say nude mermaid Easter egg? Dude, this game is wild. It
is kid to adult. That's the adult part.
Apparently. Yeah, there's a nude mermaid Easter egg in Pirate World Act 2. And you got to enter like a lot of numbers. And then it says, then open the sketchbook and use the mermaid sketch. Oh, it says a video demonstrating the process can be seen here with a link. Oh my God. It said, oh my God. It says in 2003, a video game magazine called Tips and Tricks. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
Revealed some never before seen cheats for their 100th issue, most of which were for old video games. And it says this video will show you how to get this not so family friendly appearance for the mermaid. Oh my God. We can't share this on stream, but I'm going
to. Michaela.
I will put it in the private chat for you guys if you want to see this.
I'll be right back.
I'll be right back. He turns his camera off. All we hear is squirts. Like, what is that?
Why would they do this for a kids game?
Dude, what the kids to adult stash? It says to adult.
This is before rating. Remember, the ESRB wasn't around back then.
Someone asked, how do we compete with Mario? All the kids are playing it.
Yeah.
And that was the answer.
All right. Well, he's watching this nude. Moving on.
Right.
Nintendo was like, look, here's Samus on a bike. What's this? He's in desert? Everybody get ready because we're going to a second Kirby Writers Direct. I can't right now. Sorry. All I'm imagining is just Stash getting distracted by the fact that there's a nude mermaid.
No, this video says at the end they're about to show it, and then it goes to a blank screen with white text and said, but I'm sorry, I cannot show this. It was a total tease.
I bet you it could be
I clicked to that part and I was like, well,
you did? Yeah,
I did. I just clicked through the part. I'm like, where's the end?
This video had 129,000 views, and they don't even. All it is a tease.
That's ridiculous. Okay, it popped up on Twitter. I'm like, okay, wow, all right.
Look how unhinged the start menu looks. Like the main menu is so unhinged looking. Looks like a 90s horror film.
What's the name of this game again?
Wild Woody.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of kids got some wild Woodies after watching this.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Nice. Here we go. Wild Woody mermaid Easter egg.
There you go.
Yeah,
I think it's
I got the warning. I found a video.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
You see it?
Hold on. I'm not there yet.
Dan, they went balls to the wall with that.
Yeah. They pulled
really
no punches in that one. All right.
That is inappropriate.
But it puts me in the same mind frame of like the BMX Triple X games.
Yeah. I remember that.
Dude, I'm sorry. Do you guys see the animation on Wild Woody when he's just standing? I can't. I can't.
Oh no. Check the private chat, dude.
I can't. What's happening?
That is really hardcore, actually.
There we go.
Ridiculous.
Definitely go all out.
Okay, so I think I know what my next custom t-shirt's going to be, and it's going to be that Sega CD Wild Woody box art for sure.
Wild Woody?
Yeah.
Wild Woody. This is great.
Oh, this is
I feel like
insane.
we got to get you this game. You got to find this in person.
I think I need to do a retro review of it, probably.
Dude, it's probably so expensive. It's a Saturn game. Good luck. Where's the CD?
It's Sega
CD
CD.
or Saturn. CD. Okay, you can find it maybe.
Unless it
not
came
too
out
bad.
on both. You could have.
Yeah.
They were so close together. Wild Woody, Sega, CD, eBay.
It's a little pricey.
What are you saying?
Um,
I see someone selling it for $599.
Whoa.
Yep.
Damn.
Pre-owned 200.
Is it in stock?
I think so.
And is the disc scratched?
Jeez.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah,
You know,
that's the thing. Of course, they're not going to show up.
Of course.
Lucky
Oh, wait,
Games
they
has
are-
it for 137.
Okay, front disc, but where's the back of the disc?
I just searched Wild Woody, and all I'm getting is pictures of Woody from Toy Story posing inappropriately.
Here, I'll send this link
Posing
to Ash.
inappropriately.
That's not good.
The 200 one here. I don't know if it's any good. Anyways, all right, let's
I'm
get
sorry,
back to
GameBird. I taught you what Google was again.
that's here.
Right.
Okay, by the way, apparently we hit the streak on my side, so I have to. We're going streaking. But besides that, I had a different button I was going to hit because we're at the Q&A section, right? I was going to hit this button before and I just forgot. So,
Excuse me. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
All right. So, Nintendo will drop news of MP4 Direct in the app. Okay.
Yeah, we know that much.
I mean, they'll announce it there first.
Yeah.
For sure. They've been doing all the directs there about a half hour before they put it on everywhere else. Janky Kong, the Switch One audience will buy MP4. They're starving. Okay. Well, we'll see. They might not be starving. They got Pokemon Legends ZA coming.
Yep.
Professor Rock, demos can hurt sales if gameplay is weak. Unless Prime 4 demo is the bomb, it could turn people away. Well, I'm gonna be very realistic here. If the demo's gameplay sucks, that means the game probably sucks. So then it won't sell well anyways. Let's just be real here.
Yeah.
Like if it could turn people off because it sucks. Well, that means the game sucks. Given that we have people here like ThunderStash who have actually played the demo, a demo anyways, it definitely doesn't suck. So I'm not too worried. Like even if that's the demo they provide, like I think it'll be enough to get people excited. Plucky69, do we get Luigi's Mansion GameCube in October, or when do you guys think we see it?
October.
Get it anytime. They drop random NSO games.
Yeah, I'm about to say they're so random with it. Be a nice fit
Maybe
though.
next October.
Yeah.
I mean,
Not this
it's Mario's 40th. The Mario
That's true,
Bros.
though.
40th.
Yeah.
Would be a good opportunity.
Drop it on the 30th, the day before Halloween.
Mhm.
A Thursday. I mean, not that they have to drop NSO games on Thursdays. They're always so
true.
random. They're very random.
Because didn't we just randomly get Mr. Driller and Klonoa today?
Yeah, they're like a few days ago. Yeah, they're so random with their drops.
Yeah.
It's just like with they just updated the music app with Zelda 2. Like it's always random. It's always while I'm live streaming, and I'm like, what is happening? Why did this just happen? Okay, cool, thanks. Obviously, who's excited for Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection?
Hell yeah, dude.
I'm half and half.
I can't
on
wait.
it.
Well,
I
no one
wish-
asked you.
I wish the physical was coming out on day
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
The physical,
I'm
and then
waiting
also
for
I
the
wanted
physical.
Shaolin Monks on there too. But
Dude, oh my god.
yeah,
I wish we got that Shaolin Monks game that never happened, the Scorpion Sub-Zero one. That you hear about that? They like started development on that way back.
really.
And just or they at least had like early concepts for the game after Shaolin Monks. It just never came to be.
See,
Sadly.
that would have been perfect.
This is interesting. Wink the Man said, I'd love to see a full-on Ocarina of Time remake on the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom map. A full map with all villages alive and flourishing.
Hmm.
That would
We
be
got the
sick.
hardware for it.
Probably not going to happen. Well, someone might mod it, but it's probably not going to happen. But that would be sick. People excited for Yuka Replay. Gotta get that mention out there. It's coming.
Yeah, because when is that coming out?
The 9th.
Okay.
October 9th, very soon.
Oh, that's too close to Galaxy. For me at least.
Good thing I'm not playing Galaxy.
Yeah, I am.
There's
sure,
so much coming out.
Yeah.
It's jam packed.
Because I got Pac-Man comes out tomorrow. I'm picking that up. And then Galaxy on the 2nd. Yeah. Jeez.
I got it right there. I've already been playing it.
Oh, lucky you. Lucky you.
Yeah, I still don't have a Connect there, so I gotta figure that out so I can
Really
start
good.
getting new copies from them.
Yes.
I should have realized you did because you're the one that got us in there at PAX. I should have been like, dude, who's the contact? Because I didn't get any contact information when we left. But I think they just figured we already had the contact. I'm like, well, no, yeah, you do. I just never asked for it.
That's on you.
That's not me. That's on me for not reaching out to Stash. That's on me.
Oh, and then this comes out tomorrow too. I got a code for. Can you see it right there?
Which one is that? Oh, the Tourist. Yeah. I remember playing that on Game Pass. It's a pretty interesting game.
This is the new one. They've added a ton of stuff to it. They sent me the list of everything they added. It's gonna be $20, and it's by Shinen, Fast Fusion developer.
See, that's what's killing me with these $20 games because Street Fighter's on sale right now for $20. That's gonna be $20.
Yeah.
It's like
Hades 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, it's just a lot going on.
You know, Silent Hill F. Yeah.
Professor Rock says life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Same with leaks and rumors, especially with Zelda. Yeah, I did not expect back in the Tears of the Kingdom leak stuff to have the entire art book end up online. That was wild when that happened. He says, hey, prediction. I think GameBird Classic will make an obvious call, just like my very obvious one about Mario Kart World.
Yeah, speak for yourself.
Pretty much right hat. Zelda, Age of Imprisonment Theory. What if the Link construct has the essence of Link from Tears of the Kingdom and gets captured by Ganondorf, and he uses it to create the first Dark Link that maybe we could get to fight? Oh, jeez. Here we go.
Interesting.
The world's first Dark Link. Yeah, I don't know. All theories are valid right now. We have no idea, man. They've shared like nothing about the story. Karkun, they need to put Metroid Prime 4 demo out on Switch or Switch 2 so much better than the trailers. Okay. I think getting it in people's hands in one way or another is a good thing to do.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So AOL, was it dial-up or DSL?
Dial-up.
DSL wasn't a thing back then. It was all dial-up.
Yeah. We had 28K modems to start, and then the 56K modems.
56K, which made the internet kind of usable, sort of.
Yeah, a little bit better.
28K was nearly unusable. 56K, it's like, okay, I can load a text website.
You had to have DSL back in the day.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, when I was growing up, you had to put in earplugs before logging into the internet.
Yep. Nah, I
love that sound.
That sound became nostalgic.
Right. Soundtrack of the 90s right there.
Someone needs to press it on vinyl is what they need to do. That OST.
I love that sound.
And then you make the mistake of picking up the phone while somebody's on the internet and it just gets screaming in your ear.
Blasted.
Yes. On the 56K, I used to play Age of Empires online through MSN Gaming Zone. I'd be so pissed because I'll be in a match for like an hour and a half because these matches take forever. Then someone picks up the phone. I'm like, oh, no, I was winning. No, it took me so long.
Dude, when someone's computer back then had like 500 megabytes of memory, you're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Right?
It'll
That's
never
a
get
super
better
computer.
Dude, yeah, I remember when I saw the first Zelda Space World trailer thing, and I'm like, dude, these are the best graphics. We have peaked. Yeah. It literally will never. Now look,
dude.
I feel for kids growing up with the graphics we have today, 'cause I don't know that it's ever going to look 20 years from now any better than it does now.
No, it won't. I was about to say, growing up, I said that every generation, it'll never get better than this every generation. The only difference between now and then is it's probably true now. We're finally there where it's probably true.
Hit that point.
At least the steps up aren't as monumental of jumps. It'll get better. It just will be in a lot slower pace than what.
I think they'll have to innovate in different ways. They'll have to find different ways to make things more immersive. Some sort of
AI.
Yeah, water graphics
like...
will make a big difference.
Yeah, so I think we get any more real, at least with the faces, it'll get creepy at that point because it's already eerie.
Who wants to play a video game that looks like real life too?
Yeah,
no,
that sounds awful.
No thanks. What about smell? Remember? Some accessory company.
Yeah,
remember that they came out the plugin and it would smell.
Plugin. Yeah,
that wasn't that a Kickstarter?
Yeah,
originally
someone tested it. There was like reviews of it. And everyone was like, "This is bad. It doesn't even doing the smell correctly. It's like the wrong sense for the wrong things."
That sucks because obviously I think on paper it sounds like it could be cool, but the execution obviously can go sideways. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been to the one with like the SpongeBob and they do the pickles and stuff.
Yep.
I'm like, oh, this is actually kind of cool.
It is cool. What is it? The ride at Disneyland at the California Adventure? It's like flying over California. GameBird, you been to Disneyland?
Mm-hmm.
The flying over the California.
Soaring over California.
And they hit you with the scents.
Yeah, you go through like the orange fields and you just smell citrus and stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
It's really cool. And it's like, that'd be fun, like playing Madden and it smells like
the locker room.
I'm about to say balls and sweat.
Fresh cut grass.
Wait, why balls?
Hey, it's football, all right?
Football.
Pigskin,
You're playing a racing game and it smells like asphalt. In the middle
of the game and you hit a button and just smelling salts.
Yeah.
You know, it'd be best, dude. Give me this. This is gonna be so good. Give me gas station simulator, and it will smell like gas in my house.
I never thought.
I'd be all over that.
Like sometimes we get tired on the show because it runs late. Dude, I should just be buying smelling salts.
Yeah,
wake the fuck up.
Yeah,
I never thought. I always used it when I played sports, but I never thought about it in any other capacity to use it.
I really want gas station simulator though, with the smell-o-vision. Dude, could you imagine if you're literally playing a gas station game and your house just smells like fuel?
That's pretty wild.
It'd be so sick.
Just take some gasoline from the lawnmower or some shit, put it on a rag, and just set it next to you. Not over the face, please.
Just put it in a little essential oil bottle and just drop it in there.
A little incense one.
I love this. What about gas?
What about those like new vests that they make to where like if you're playing like a shooter, it feels like you're just getting shot?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I do. That looks cool. My cousin was talking to me about that. Yeah, he was asking what I thought. I'm like, I don't know, man. Why? I was like, are you thinking about buying one? Because if you are, I want to come over and check it out.
Paul Show's comment right here says, "There's a gas leak." Nah, babe. I'm just playing gas station simulator. Wanna pop? Oh Lord! Those Age of Imprisonment previews are looking amazing, and it's canon. Can't wait to play. Yeah, I can't wait to cover the previews tomorrow. It's gonna be great. Might do a dedicated video on it because I'm so excited. Let's see here. Free Metroid hat. Give me another bad game and make it a prequel to Little Red Hood called Tiny Red Hood. And it'd be even worse looking. And the dev's excuse will be, what did you expect? It's a prequel. What the fuck? Okay. We already had a whole segment going over bad random video games.
Yeah.
Legend of Marhash says, I don't understand why everyone is so worried about Metroid Prime 4. You see multiple Treehouse presentations and people already forgot those. Yes.
I would say is the concern is more of we know what the game can be. It's just we would expect a bigger push from Nintendo for something that should be amazing.
Yeah. I mean, listen, no part of me thinks Metroid Prime 4 looks bad. I think it looks amazing.
Exactly. Yeah.
I can't wait to play. I already know it's amazing because, like Nate said earlier, someone on this panel tonight, someone who's a regular, a co-host, has played the game and said it was amazing. And almost all the previews I've seen have praised the game. My issue is I'm not worried about Metroid Prime 4 for what it is.
Correct.
My worry is, what's the excitement level for people who have never played a Metroid Prime game before?
I mean, that's the thing. I've already talked about how to fix this so many times. It's
I know, and I agree with you.
Which part? I'm talking about getting
Metroid 2 and 3.
Dude, yeah, that's important, but I'm talking about getting Neon Dion. You got to get prime time to introduce the game, dude. You want to get people hyped, you got to get prime time Neon Dion Sanders, and you need to schedule it during prime time on national TV.
Yeah. No,
you don't get more prime than that.
No. See, you can get more prime than that because you got to set it up for whenever his son Shadur Sanders gets his first start for the Browns. That's when you drop it right there in that game.
Yes, get all the stars to perfectly align, and that's what you do.
Because there will be a lot of people that tune into his first start just to see if he's an NFL quarterback or not. Because he was so amazing in college. At least he looked amazing. His team sucked, but
yeah,
he could throw a football. Whether or not that translates to NFL, we'll see. All right, and then Keithius LG just dropped the tenner. That's what got to the streak. So thank you so much for all that support, guys, to all of our channels. I do appreciate it. All right, let's go around the room, let people know what we got going on and where they can find us. Let's start with SkySwordsAlisa, all decked out in Zelda all the time on a Zelda podcast.
That's great. I'm SkySwordsAlisa here on YouTube. I stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays primarily. Tomorrow I'm doing the finale for Breath of the Wild. I've played it all summer. It's crazy. I thought about that. I was like, we've played this since the Switch 2 came out on June 5th. After that, then I plan to do Spirit of the North 2. I did play the first one on stream sometime last year. And then after that will probably be a few indie games, and then I'm going to stream Age of Imprisonment. I'm not going to play it on my own at all. So it'll all be fresh initial reactions and stuff. I know some people probably won't want to be spoiled, but
too bad.
Is that
yeah, you can watch it after you get to that part, right? And come back later.
Is that hard for you as someone who's a diehard Zelda fan to have to be like, I can't play this except for on stream?
This is gonna be the first time I'm gonna do this, so we'll see. I used to stream on Sundays back when I was part-time. I went full-time now, so that's why I only stream 2 times a week. But I'll probably will dedicate a good 6 hours on a Sunday when I'm playing through that. So
okay. Action Jack.
You can find me on the Sandstorm Rebirth podcast on Saturdays at 7 p.m. You can find me also on the Winging It podcast on Sundays at 7 p.m. And I have officially gotten me a capture card. So I'm going to start putting gameplay footage on my Gaming Grounds channel on YouTube. So I think the first game I'm going to start playing through is Pac-Man Repack 2. So it took me a while to get this AverMedia thing to work with this Switch 2. It was like 5 hours to get this thing to work, but it now works. We're good to go. I'm actually using it right now while we're on this podcast. So everything is working. I got my Streamlabs set up, so we should be good.
Nice.
All right. Nice. Which AverMedia one are you using?
The Extra Go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like so I went with that one because it's like a dock / capture.
Yeah. Did you update the firmware? That's like the big thing with that.
So that was the first thing I did, but really the bigger issue was I wasn't using the Switch HDMI cable.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's scary. It's stupid. It's stupidly picky with Switch and Switch 2. I don't think it's their fault. It has something to do with the protocol garbage Nintendo's using, but
yeah.
Cool. I was gonna say I haven't had any issues, but I have like the 4K portable one that they use, and that one works really well. I also have the one that you have, and I know that when I was testing it out, I was like, why isn't this working? I updated the firmware. I'm like, why? What? Yeah, it's that HDMI. It's so dumb.
It's very stupid. I thought it was the power. But
that's what it sounds. Yeah, so it's like, hey, we're sending power through a different thing. Must be the cable or something, Nope.
Yep.
It's HDMI cable. That's the problem.
Yep.
So dumb. Thanks, Nintendo.
Right.
Should be able to use any HDMI 2.1 capable cable. Nope. Gotta be the official Nintendo one. All right. Whatever. All right. GameBird.
Yeah, I am almost done with the vlog now. It should be any day now. Could be tomorrow. Could be the next day.
Dude, I can't wait.
I'm
barely keeping you ahead of AVS. I need a video to promote.
No, he passed me.
Did he pass you?
He passed me today. Yeah, he messaged me to let me know.
Oh, that fucker.
He did message me.
Okay.
Hold on.
All right. I'll take care of that tomorrow. You'll go past him again.
Yeah. No, I'll tell you what he said. It was actually he was very nice about it.
I don't care.
He asked me to let you know. He told me to let you know. Here we go. Hold on. Tell Primey on Wednesday that I'm about to pass you.
No, guys, this is unacceptable to me. If you're not subscribed right now, he's like 150 behind Angry. Let's fix this. Let's fix this. I'm gonna do my best to fix it. I got one more trick up my sleeve. I've been waiting.
But guys, I've got a ton of content coming. This vlog, I've never made a video like this, so I've had to cut so much from it because I really don't want it to be longer than 35 minutes. Otherwise, no one's going to want to watch. It's going to be too long. There's going to be too much I don't know, repetitive footage. So I want to keep it as I want to keep the momentum throughout. So I'm just working on, I've got all the footage. It's all chopped up. It's all in order. And it's all about just getting the voiceover work done. Once the voiceover work is done, a little bit of polish and we're golden. So any day now. And then after that, I'm so late on my impressions, but I do have impressions videos that I'm going to be dropping quickly after. And then I'll be set to go.
Yeah.
Much easier, but yeah.
Yeah, impression videos are I found to be fairly easy to do. You have you have the footage and you just talk.
Do you guys have any can you guys send me a reco for like a good external hard drive, by the way? Because that was another issue I hit. I need a new external hard drive. My computer was like, nope, you're out of space now.
Yeah.
And I have one that's full. But if you guys have any good recommendations for one, please send me. And everyone in the chat.
Dude, I have that
WD Easy Store.
Oh wow! I used to have one of those.
One of those. Mine died finally last year, but yeah, I used to have one of those. I've been using one of those for like a decade.
So that one's a 14 terabyte, but they make them even bigger now, which I suggest getting a bigger one.
14 terabytes is plenty. God, yeah.
Well,
it depends on
you make enough 4K, it adds up.
Yeah, he does a lot of like 4K. Obviously, like when I record in 4K, it eats. Like I'm gonna be setting up like a mini NAS at some point because right now the only reason I'm not consistently doing 4K is because I don't have enough storage and I don't want to do all in the cloud.
Nah, screw the cloud, man.
So once I get a mini NAS set up or at least a hot swap, I'm gonna do a hot swap option. I've been looking at them for next year, so then I'll go straight back to 4K and every video will be 4K. But
I do have a question for the audience too. I want to make sure I ask this because I do have some clips of meeting a few fans. So if you're one of the fans who met us, let me know if you're okay with me having clips. You know, if you don't want to be on camera, or if at the very least you don't want to be name dropped in the video. But I would love to be able to highlight. I do have footage in there, but I do want to ask if it's okay. I know Boo Mini was one of the people that we met.
Boo Mini.
So I think I don't think I have video of Boo Mini, but I do have a photo of us and Boo, and then a couple other fans that we met. So if you guys don't want to be in it, let us know. I won't put it in unless you give the okay.
Cool. All right. Before we get to the next one, we got a super chat here from Michael Lorenz. He just dropped by to say hi to everybody and remind everyone that Nintendo Prime at one time forgot the ending of Ocarina of Time.
Oh man, that's going to be on your gravestone one day.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm even going to have a gravestone.
You will.
I just bury me deep in the ground and let the worms eat me. I don't even want to.
No.
Don't even tell anyone. just bury me randomly.
No, I'll make sure it's in your obituary that you forgot the ending.
If I die with my parents still alive, they're going to be like nothing video game related in the obituary. Be like, he's a big part of my life. It's okay to mention like the YouTube channel or something. No, nothing. No, just he was a loving son and a loving father, and it's so sad. Like, okay, that's good.
Oh no,
That's
you
good.
gotta have something.
Just don't let my
Nintendo.
fiance write it because she'll just be like, "Enjoy God, fucker."
Yeah,
Nope. Yes, you will.
I'll have
Yes,
someone
you will.
playing the wave race theme on piano at
There you
my
go.
funeral.
There you go.
I told everyone I do want a celebration of life, but I want it to be a celebration. None of this moping around Satchet. Party, DJ.
Yeah.
Let's get it going. Get the drinks a flowing. Better be open bar on my dime. There'll be some money left. Let's go.
Did you see? Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I don't know what I want at my funeral, but what I do know that I want is before I draw my last breath, I want someone to grab my hand and go, "Bye bye, birdie," and then I go, you know.
I'm just gonna remember that.
Yes.
Be like, oh,
just putting that out there.
bye.
Dude,
It's so bad if we go to PAX next year and you have to go to the hospital for any reason, and we all come. And we're like, dude, he doesn't look good. I grab your hand, bye. You just have to get like your spleen removed or something, and you're totally fine. And I'm just acting like you're dead.
Bye, birdie. Is somebody else coming in with a pillow? I mean, oh my god.
Dude, what the hell? That is the most spleen removal. We're at PAX and I just emergency. I have to have my spleen removed.
You never know. Maybe I was watching a movie recently. I've got a guy removing spleens, but he was selling them on the black market.
Yeah,
So maybe that's not the right context.
Did you guys?
Go ahead, Dad.
I'm trying to see where the. Oh, here's the audio.
He's beaming over there, but he can't quite share why.
Okay, here I'll put it. Have you seen the DJ?
The who?
The guy DJing at a funeral with his shirt off.
No, I haven't. No,
I just put it in the private chat.
That's
I
hilarious.
just happened to see it for a second. I'm like, what the
That's
F is going
hilarious.
on in this world?
What? All right.
There's hashtag Church Chronicles too.
Yeah.
He's going ham.
Right when he says that, people start getting up. They literally start walking out of the funeral. I'm like, is this real? But it
I'm gonna
is.
leave it up and listen to the audio after. All right.
Yeah.
I did
you're
like
like,
recommend Tombstone since here lies Nintendo Prime who forgot the ending of Ocarina of Time. God damn it. No. Eric,
Yeah.
where can they find you? We got going on.
Yeah, you can find me here and the Clips channel and also here.
What is happening right now?
Ninja Scooter
Oh,
Simulator.
that looks sick. That's on Commodore 64, huh?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
What is happening?
That's creativity right there.
Freaking great box art.
Oh my God.
Love
Get this
it.
out of here. So Eric, Clips channel. That's where you can
Yep,
find
Clips
them.
channel.
Apparently dropping memes.
Yep.
ThunderStash.
Yeah, you guys can find me at ThunderStash Gaming on YouTube. And what I have coming up, I pretty much have the rest of my year planned out, but I'm not going to give it to y'all right now. It's too much. But today I posted my review of Final Fantasy Tactics for Switch 2. That comes out September 30th. Guys, I can't stop playing this game. Okay, and spoiler, I was playing it some during the podcast because I'm addicted. Okay.
Which game was this?
Final Fantasy Tactics
Oh, okay.
for Switch 2. It's such a great game too to have on Switch, to be able to play it handheld. Because it's a game you could sink hours into. And you don't want to do it all on the TV. Like I played in handheld mode Sunday night until 3 a.m. And you guys know I don't do that.
Hmm.
I value waking up at an early time. However, if a game's hidden, you got to do it, especially at this age. If you're able to stay up late because the game's hidden that good, you just got to ride that wave.
Yeah.
All right, so Trails into the Sky first chapter. I'm working on that right now.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Hades 2 tomorrow. I'm working on Pac-Man World 2 repack. Was playing that today. The Tourist. Have that ready to go. Silent Hill F comes out tomorrow. I gotta go to GameStop, go pick up my pre-order. I got the Steelbook over there pre-ordered. So that's kind of the next probably 7 to 10 days. And then we're getting into Galaxy 2 following week, Galaxy 1 and 2, and Digimon Story. So the following week's a little lighter, thankfully. Only 2 big games coming out now that Borderlands is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Kind of glad. I need a breather.
All right. Well, guys, I'm a Nintendo Prime news channel. Covered lots of news, leaks, rumors, all that around Nintendo, specifically Switch 2 at the moment. Probably will have a video tomorrow going over a ton of Age of Imprisonment information because a ton of previews are dropping out of Tokyo Game Show. Lots of new footage. I want to go over all of that, talk about all of that, just show it for people that just want to see it. And obviously take a lot of notes from people that made the preview so I can kind of give you guys all of the information that we learn. And yeah, there'll be other news stuff as well. Like the Xbox stuff's happening in the morning. Bottom line is tomorrow I might be really, really busy because there's just going to be so much news probably coming out for Switch 2 that I'm going to have to hit it probably bright and early right after my kids get on the bus. So I'm going to do my best to get you guys that content. I still technically have one preview left to do from PAX West. It is Kirby Air Riders. I decided to hold off on posting it because I want to wait till the new direct happens. And then the same day it happens, drop that video.
I like that.
Just I don't know if it's going to help. We'll see. We'll see. Because I feel like there's been a lot of previews, but I'm like, yeah, but I'm going to drop a preview right after a direct. I want to see how that does.
Yeah.
It's just a strategy.
I think it's worth trying.
Yeah, just to give it a try. I mean, my other content did pretty well. I had to be honest, guys. I'm pretty happy with the views on my content from PAX West. I'm thank you guys for watching that. I haven't done content like that since 2019. Going to an event and
that was so much fun.
Yeah, like I'm looking at it right now. Every single video that I posted, except ironically, the thing that I made all the news headlines for, Star Wars Outlaws, did well. I made all those news headlines, posted all these websites with my actual video on it. I mean, that's because Star Wars Outlaws came out so quick. So I'm not really surprised there. There was no reason to really watch that because the game was already out. That said, though, like, dude, the Elden Ring one did really well. Like 30,000 on that one. I think Stash's one did really well too. I know he doesn't look at that stuff, but I'm pretty sure his did really well. You know, and then my Final Fantasy VII one did really well. So yeah, I'm very pleased with the results from there. I didn't go as ham as Stash. I didn't put up one for every game. I tried to stick to some of because I'm doing daily news content already.
It was a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot. So I just kind of stuck to the bigger ones, and then I just promote the ones from Stash because his opinions mostly mirror mine on a lot of the other games that we played because they look we're playing games we want to play, so we're probably gonna like them.
Yeah,
we know what we like at this stage.
Yeah, so yeah, like if you watch Stash's reviews, like, oh, his reviews, he seems to like everything. Oh, I mean, yeah, he's playing games he wants to play. But if you pay attention, there is a difference between what he likes and what gets that Thunderstruck rating.
Yeah, they don't get it. They don't all get it.
Yeah. Thunderstruck is like you gotta, like a must play, gotta play, best of the best.
I liked Drag X Drive personally. I liked it personally, but did not get a Thunderstruck recommendation because I cannot recommend that to everybody.
No.
But yeah, people probably don't pay attention to that.
Yeah. Anyways, all right. So yeah, I'm very happy with how it did. I don't know how the Kirby Air Riders do when I drop it. I figured by the time I got around to it, I'm like, I'm a couple weeks out. I'm gonna hold. We'll see on that direct. Anyways, All right, guys. So yeah, that's kind of what I got cooking. I'm trying to get out multiple videos. I already got shorts from Paul Gale for tomorrow. I also, especially after what GameBird said earlier today, I'm also going to try to clip some more podcast stuff and try to turn it into shorts and stuff for TikTok. I've been hearing that that's a great way to promote the full podcast is actually to get some of the funny clips off of your podcast, get it out on TikTok. Actually takes quite a bit of work because I don't use no silly AI to automatically find it. You got to get the organic moments. I've noticed when AI goes through the video to find it, they do a shit job. And we have a long show. So, hey, the person who does all the timestamps, thank you so much. Can you timestamp some funny clips? Send it to me privately. Because you're going to watch the whole show tomorrow. So I would appreciate it. Because otherwise I'm going to be like, where was this in this 4.5 hour show? All right, guys. I got to start. You know what I got to start doing? I got to start glancing at the show, looking at the time. And every time something, I'm going to clip that. I got to start like writing it on a notebook quick.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
That'll make it a lot easier. Yeah. And YouTube used to have this feature while live that you could like mark things, but then they got rid of it. That makes me mad.
I didn't know that because I had read that they had it and I looked for so long for it.
Yeah.
And I gave up looking for it. And it's
they got rid of it. It makes me mad because it was so great for clips. Literally just click a button and it's marked and only I can see it. And I'm like, oh. Anyways. All right, guys. We'll catch you same time next week. We have I don't even remember who our guests are next week, to be honest. I know who one of them is. Wait, no. I think it's Mr. Robot Joe. See if I can remember this. Anyone on the show can verify. They all have access to it on Google Sheets. But it's Mr. Robot Joe, and I believe Andres Restart coming on.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I finally convinced Andres Restart to actually show up to an episode. Not last minute bonus. Oh, I just want to get on. No, like actually schedule and be here, man.
Nice. Good.
Like one of the OG co-hosts of the show that GameBird replaced. Yeah. No pressure. There's no pressure at all. Yeah, you're zero pressure. Zero pressure. Look, I love them both. You might love GameBird a little more. Let's tell Andres I said that. All right, guys.
We're definitely clipping that and playing it next week.
Yeah, that's an easy clip to find in front of the end. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will catch you same time next week. We'll just leave it at that. Catch you guys later.
Peace. Bye.